Hello! Hello! Nice to see you, Nura. Welcome, welcome. Wah, bah, 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 bah. I was up late for the fourth night in a row. But here we are, streaming now. Everything's alright in the world. How are you today? Sweet, just clean my glasses real quick. Ooh, gonna have a live art drop tomorrow. That's very nice. Very nice. I wish it was a little easier to rotate models in the VC phase. I don't know if I'm just doing something wrong or not. But anyways, we're playing Tangle Tower, which Nura gifted me today. And if I bother to remember... Oh, I'm wondering, I feel like it's difficult to rotate models in VC Face. I don't know if that's just a me problem or not. But yeah, we're gonna be playing today Tangle Tower, which was gifted to me by Nura. And if I bother to remember, I might try and archive a stream for once. 'Cause all my past streams are lost to the ether of time. Which is good, because I don't need to relive that cringe. Yeah, let's get started. Ooh. That is very bright and cheerful for what music we have here today. The beginning. Tangle Tower. Mid-afternoon. How's the audio, everyone? Lake's Edge. Is it too loud?
You ready, Sally?
Grimore, I've been standing here for 7.5 minutes.
Okay, so their dialogue is voiced, so I don't have to read any of that.
Just checking.
Okay, I will look
have
at
a map?
that.
Yeah, but it's basically blank. Did you read the case file? What do you think?
I'm not sure yet. It's really not a lot to go on. Did you read it?
Yeah, I'll read it on the way to the crime scene.
Okay, I have voiced Max, so all I can do is turn the other stuff down. Let's do music here. That might be good. How about now? Okay, well, I guess you can't tell about the voices yet, but... Gonna increase the screen for me a bit. Which I just want to say, I love all these different windowed app options they give me. I very much appreciate that. So, Freya. Very long neck. Freya Fellow. sees the murder victim, age 19, died whilst painting a portrait of Florafellow. Location, Flora's tower. Flora was present as he was posing for a portrait. Freyafellow was found lying on her back with a single stab wound on her chest. No weapon was found at the scene, but the subject of Freya's unfinished painting is holding a knife. The red color on the tip of the knife is not paint, it was discovered to be blood. How was Freya killed? A small painting on a scrap of paper. A few notes have been written on the back. Nowadays it goes by Tangle Tower, but it's actually a pair of towers connected by a mansion at the base. It's surrounded by a circular lake. The water is an unusual mix of colors. The lake is enclosed by sheer pale cliffs. They're too steep and smooth to climb. Tangle Tower is currently home to both the Fellow family and the Pointer family. That's odd. Okay. So we went through all our case file.
So, who do you think did it?
How about now, Nura?
Sally, you know full well we haven't met a single suspect yet. We haven't even been to the crime scene.
Good to hear.
Still, I reckon I've got it all worked out.
So far, good voice acting.
So, who do you still?
Okay.
It's a bird bath.
Astute.
Is that just rainwater? Looks a little weird.
The birds seem to like it.
They're even singing a little tune. Toot, 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 toot.
Please don't do that.
The ground's moist, but it's not muddy. Wonder how often it rains here.
I cannot believe how exciting this murder investigation is already. It's a path. We're walking. It's a path.
Okay, this is interesting. So I can click on just about anything?
That's a big lake.
It's kind of purple. Looks
Mhm.
yeah.
Oh.
Water with poison in it.
What was that?
That's a big
It's
lake.
kind of yeah. Water with poison in it.
Okay. But yeah, I don't think I've seen a point and click game before that lets you just interact with anything. And by that I mean everything in the environment.
It's the little boat we used to cross the lake. It's the only way on or off the island.
What a comforting thought.
Usually point and click games are like hyper specific about what you can interact with in an environment.
What are they?
Wind chimes. Silent, wooden wind chimes.
It's just an archway, but it seems a little ominous. Like walking through it might give you bad luck.
Too late.
Hey, anything else?
I tied the boat up to the mooring post, so it'll stay put. For now.
Loving the confidence.
It's a garden, I think. It's currently far away.
We could walk closer to it.
Ah,
Ready when you are.
okay, anything else?
It's a garden, I think. Ready when you are.
What about the sky?
Why is the sky yellow?
Good question.
Not everything is a mystery, Grimoire. The sky can be whatever color it likes.
Fair point.
Mountains.
Nope. They're too steep and too smooth to be mountains.
Okay, Miss Pedantic.
They're more like cliffs.
Whatever they are, they go all the way around the lake, like a barrier. Do you think anybody's watching us from one of those windows?
Maybe. Let's wave just in case.
What about you?
It's a bird bath. Is that just where
birds?
they're even singing? Toot, 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 toot,
Please
toot.
don't do that.
Hello, Arachne. Nice to see you. We're actually relatively at the beginning, so you haven't missed much. We're here to investigate a murder. The murder of Freya Fellow. Age 19. who died while painting a portrait of Flora Fellow. They live here in Tangle Tower, which is technically 2 towers on top of a mansion, which is inhabited by 2 separate families. Oh, investigating a group of crows. Good one, Arachne, good one. How are you doing today, by the way?
Spooky. What do you think it's for?
I think it's to scare away detectives.
Is it working?
No.
Oh, you're always sleepy, Arachne. Yes, since you... I'm doing good, thank you for asking. I was up very late for the last 4 days. Tonight included. Last night included. But I am doing good now. I haven't been to your streams in so long. They're usually like at midnight for me. I hope I'm getting enough sleep.
It's a statue of some hideous, scaly, bipedal fish monster
Playing a harp.
playing a harp. Hang on a second.
Oh, look closer.
This isn't just a regular statue, is it?
Something tells me we're not gonna solve this just yet.
Fair enough.
Let's come back later. It must do something.
What can I say? I like staying up late. But sometimes I lose track of time and I end up being up later than I should.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you?
Ooh, that gets added to our evidence. An old weather statue of an amphibious creature holding a large harp. Symbols are engraved on each of the harp's 4 column segments.
It's quiet.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to say, too quiet?
It's not. It's an appropriate amount of quiet.
Okay then.
It's full of the same weird water that was in the lake.
Any fish in there?
Not a single one. Although there is something in there.
It's a cassette tape.
Ooh.
Or it used to be.
The cassette tape has been damaged by water. The ink on the label is blurred and illegible.
It's quiet.
Mm-hmm.
You're
It's not. It's an appropriate amount of quiet.
But yeah, unlike most adventure games, we can seemingly interact with everything in the environment.
This is some garden.
Do the plants all look a little strange to you?
It's a path through the garden. Leads up to the house, I assume. What animal is that?
Hawk. Bear. Lizard.
Right, of course. A hawk bear lizard.
Of course.
It's the sky. It's quiet.
Mm-hmm.
You're
It's not an appropriate amount.
About this.
a bench of solid cold stone.
My favorite kind. It's a bandstand.
Bit small for a bandstand.
It's a one-man bandstand.
Let's see. Anything else?
That must be Tangle Tower.
Okay, I think that's everything.
This is some
Do
garden.
the plants all look a little...
Main entrance.
Oh.
What?
Oh. There's an O on the floor.
Oh yeah. Tangle Tour.
Two.
Twir.
Twa.
That leads back to the gardens.
Why build a house here anyway?
I'm sure they had their reasons.
Little bird feeders.
How do you know they're for birds? Which one do you think came first? The tree or the house?
Good question.
The age-old question. Should we ring the doorbell?
Why would we not? It's a little melody. Do you think he'll start to move if we try to go inside?
No, I think he'll just silently judge us.
Ooh, what are you?
Is that an envelope?
It's been opened, but the letter's still in there. Let's read it.
Isn't that an invasion of someone's privacy?
No, definitely.
Yes, there is some nice wordplay in this. Ooh, the letter has been ripped open. There is a single piece of paper inside. The combination is drawn on the other seat. Once you have it memorized, destroy it. I do not agree with your reasons. You will not find it down there. Perhaps the combination to the harp?
A path leading towards the stone square. A path leading towards the stone square.
It's red, but I don't think it's painted. It's just red.
Oh, that's weird.
Oh,
What?
Oh.
Yeah. Tangle.
twir.
Chwa.
Don't think it's locked.
Oh, that means we can just walk straight in, right?
I'm pretty sure that's the rule, yeah.
Alright, let's head on in. Ooh, 2 ways. I will go into the tower. Grand Hall.
Now it's a big glass tube filled with water.
Very astute.
There are weeds in there. And sand.
It's an aquarium?
Could be. Except there's nothing living in it
Oh, that is weird.
anymore.
Sally, check those plants for clues.
Is soil a clue?
Sally, check those plants.
Is soil a clue?
A big letter F.
Of course. Who doesn't hang a giant banner of their initial in the lobby of their mansion? This one has a big P.
That's probably important.
How very perceptive of you.
Okay, so what? Each family inhabits a different tower, I'm getting.
It's not locked.
A door.
Oh, what's behind it?
A room.
Thank you, smartass.
Finally, we get to investigate a murder in a spooky mansion.
It's not that spooky, really.
Don't ruin this. Finally, we get to ruin this.
See, anything else?
We should try and be finished before it gets dark. No pressure. Finally, we don't ruin this.
Stairs?
Stairs.
Stairs.
Okay. Do 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 do. Okay, the game wants me to go there. So I guess we will. Flora's Tower. The crime scene.
Let's take a look at that painting first.
Okay, okay.
There it is. The unfinished portrait of Flora Fellow.
So, what? Freya was killed halfway through painting it?
Looks that way.
I mean, it looks pretty finished to me. Freya was unable to finish the painting as he died sometime during the process. Flora appears to be wielding a knife. The red substance on the tip was discovered to be blood. Oh. Okay. Didn't know I could do that. That's interesting. I wonder how that will come into play later.
I wonder if all of Freya's paintings are this creepy. Maybe it's just because she never got to finish it.
There's something wrong with the crime scene. And something really weird about the murder weapon.
Oida.
We didn't find a murder weapon.
Good point, Sally. Wait. Was used to knock out, is holding a knife tipped with blood. Hello, Ophelia. Nice to see you. We are fairly early into the game. You haven't missed much. We are investigating a murder.
Flora Fellow is holding a knife tipped with blood, but it was removed from the scene. Nope.
Was the painting somehow involved in the attack on Freya? These are correct. Those are not. Because Freya put it there, was going to eat it. No. I think she put it there.
Flora's portrait is holding a knife tipped with blood because Freya put it there. Almost. Maybe just change one.
Stab?
Flora's portrait is holding a knife
Okay, that
tipped
makes
with
sense.
blood because it stabbed Freya.
What?
Weird, huh?
You think Freya was stabbed by a painting? Not by the woman from the painting, but by the painting itself.
Mm-hmm. Freya was standing right up by the canvas when she was killed. There's blood on the knife. It's the murder weapon.
Right, but it's not actually a knife. It can't stab.
See any other knives around here?
Oh my god, Grimoire.
Case closed.
The case is not closed. And even if you were right, where does that leave us? A painting can't be a murder suspect.
Ooh. Yes, very clearly. The Kim of this duo.
Supposedly, Freya was working on the painting when she was killed. Looks like she was still holding her paintbrush and palette when she fell.
Didn't even get a chance to clean her brush.
The palette has a variety of paints loaded onto it. The largest is a blob of black in the middle. The paintbrush is still covered with red paint.
The outline of Freya Fellow. Looks like she fell onto her back. There's a single patch of blood, right in the middle. No real signs of a struggle.
That's weird.
What?
Her feet were right up by the canvas.
Oh, yeah.
So?
So she was probably standing really close to the canvas when she fell.
Let's check the case file again.
Was found lying on her back with a single stab wound in her chest. No weapon was found at the scene, but the subject of Freya's unfinished painting is holding a knife. The red color on the tip of the knife, the painting, was discovered to be blood. Ooh.
Freya's painting supplies.
More clues! Small glass pots of red, yellow, blue, black, and white paint. Glass pots are all cracked down one side. That's not safe.
Freya's painting supplies. Is that a
Gramophone?
gramophone?
I think so. Except it's got a tape deck instead of a turntable.
Oh, that's odd.
It's also got a big crack down the middle.
It plays cassette tapes instead of vinyl records. It's pointed towards the middle of the room. There's a noticeable crack running through it, all the way from the horn down through the tape deck.
What about the cassette tape?
Yeah, it sure is. Pink.
My god, Grimoire. Oh, there's a cassette tape in it. I thought you meant our cassette tape. There's a handwritten message on the label, to Freya.
Do you think it still works?
The gramophone? We could give it a go.
All these cracks point to this being done by a JoJo villain. I don't know, Nura, that seems pretty out there. Try it. Try this. Okay. There's humming.
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
Cassette tape. It's a recording of someone walking outdoors. A distorting, humming melody can be heard. Okay, what if I sped it up? Nothing? Oh, I didn't even put the tape in. Is that the problem? Okay, no secret messages of the devil. How about you?
It's piano music.
It's a recording of piano music. It plays for a short while before stopping. Interesting. Let's see, what else is there to investigate?
The whole room has a strange feeling about it.
Yeah, there might be a reason for that.
We're at the top of the tower, right?
I think so. What?
Doesn't matter. It's nothing.
That's a big eye on the ceiling.
That's the only door in and out of the room.
It's also on the floor.
That is also odd.
Sure is. Guessing it's not supposed to be down there.
A bunch of old books. Covered in dust now, but they look well read. It's so dark back there.
Somehow the sunlight doesn't seem to be making it very far into the room.
A bunch of old books. Covered in dust now, but they look well.
Let's see, I think we've investigated most of everything in the room.
A little pot plant, balanced on the window ledge.
It's the only plant in the entire room.
Half the room is a big open window.
I don't know if you can call it an open window. It's more like the sudden absence of wall.
Okay, Miss Pedantic. First the mountains, now this.
There it is, the unfinished portrait.
So, what?
Looks that way.
Okay, Freya, it's... or wait. Flora? Yes, you are Flora, not Freya. It's time we talk. What kind of voice will you have?
Flora... Fellow?
Hey, sorry to barge in. I'm sure you're still in some distress.
We need to ask you a few questions, I'm afraid.
Did you witness the murder, Flora?
Nothing. What do we do?
Not sure. She's entitled to her silence, I suppose.
For now. Flora... Fellow?
Yourself.
Is there anything you'd like to tell us, Flora? I don't really know anything about you at all.
I think that's the way she likes it. We'll just have to ask other people about her.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, that's very interesting. Thank you for telling me, Nura. I replayed your Noia seat that I was watching yesterday. I mean, 2 days ago.
Freya was painting your portrait yesterday. Is that right?
Was this something you had planned with her ahead of time?
Was there something special about yesterday?
Did you talk to Freya at all while she was painting you?
She's not going to answer us, is she?
Nope. But at least we can say we tried.
Wow, the worst detectives.
Flora, you were definitely in the room at the time of the murder. Surely you must have seen something? Can you tell me anything about what happened to Freya?
Woman, please.
She's acting pretty suspicious if you ask me.
I don't know. Maybe she really doesn't know anything.
How is that possible? Anything we should know? Any hobbies besides staring out the window? Anything we should know? Besides...
Well, I guess that's everything in here. Where should I go next? I gotta go over here. Workshop. Oh, hello.
Sir? Can you hear me? I'm Private Detective Grimoire. I have some questions for you.
Grimoire. Good mysterious name. I'd rather like it. Felix Fellow at your beck and call.
And, this is my colleague, Sally.
Yeah, that's a perfectly good name as well.
Thanks.
If you would, Mr. Fellow, we really need to ask you about the murder.
I must say I'm rather jealous of you two.
Oh, yeah? Why's that?
Out here solving mysteries, exploring new places, uncovering secret rooms, hidden treasures. That's what life is all about.
Secret rooms?
Generally speaking, you know, that sort of thing.
Okay.
So, Felix, what exactly do you, do?
Is it not obvious? I'm an explorer. Explorer/treasure hunter. Yes, well, best in the world.
We're talking like curse statues, spike pits.
It's a little more sophisticated than that.
Okay.
I've certainly seen my share of danger, if that's what you're asking.
And, if I may ask, when did you retire?
You listen here. I may be between ventures right now, but it's simply not in my nature to stay in one place for too long. I go wherever the winds of destiny take me.
Don't you live here with your wife and daughter?
Yes, well, the Fellow family has certain loyalties, and with Flora the way she is...
Nothing wrong with raising a family, Mr. Fellow.
Don't misunderstand me. Fiona and Flora are my entire world. They are the greatest treasure of all.
Oh.
Why on earth would you want to know about that?
The murder of Freya Fellow. The reason we're here?
Ah, right. Nasty business. Very unfortunate. I regret that I can't be of any help, but I wish you all the best in your investigation.
Hear that, Grimoire? We're done here. Let's go.
It's a simple question, Felix. I'm sure you're up to it.
Well, there's not much to tell. Mostly, I was in my room by myself, working on Flora's, working on a project.
Your room is quite close to Flora's tower.
Uh-huh.
You didn't hear anything unusual?
What qualifies as unusual?
What have you got?
It was dusk. A feeling lingered in the air. Malevolent? Perhaps. uncertain as life itself.
Abridged version, please.
Right, fine. I heard someone heading down the stairs.
Ooh.
Just outside my room. The footsteps were calm, orderly, so I thought nothing of it. Shortly afterward, I heard a second set of footsteps, going the same way. This time I could tell just from the sound that something was wrong. So I looked out into the hallway. I got a glimpse of Poppy disappearing down the staircase to the floor below.
Poppy?
Didn't know what to make of it, to be honest. I thought perhaps she'd had a disagreement with Fitz, as I know those two are close. So I looked into his room, just in case, but it was empty, as was the garden beyond his window. Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her. We went into Flora's room. Poor Freya was laying on the floor. Fiona, Poppy, Fitz, and Pointer were there already. Flora, too, of course. Soon enough, everyone else made their excuses and left.
Including you?
Not I. I stayed. Flora needed me.
So wait, you're living at the top of the tower, near the top of the tower, and you're one of the last people to realize about all this? That's strange.
You're the one currently basking in his presence. You tell me.
Let's move on.
Okay, let me look around your room.
What is it?
He's an imp.
That does not look like an imp.
What does he do?
Well, if you tell too many lies, he appears at the end of your bed in the middle of the night.
Oh.
A little hand-painted statue.
How can you tell it's hand-painted?
Well, the paints are right there on the desk. Also, I mean, no offense, but you can just tell.
A wooden carving of a man holding a sword. The model has been hand-painted, but the paint is not skillfully applied. Yellow, blue, black, and white paints were found nearby.
The entire room is made of wood.
Oh, it's not just made of wood. I think it's the actual hull of a ship.
Oh yeah.
The entire room is made
Oh,
of
it's
wood.
not. It's the actual hull.
Nice. A real treasure chest.
How do you know there's treasure in there?
Why else would it be locked? Plus, there's a treasure map hanging directly above it.
Oh, okay.
What's the deal with that painting on the front?
Not sure. We should check that treasure map too.
Okay. Plant in the middle. Sea monster on the left. Tree on the right. I think it's here. So the combination would be I4 south.
Nothing.
Huh?
Did you check the treasure map for clues? And what about that painting on the chest itself?
Huh. Ba 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 ba. I'm pretty sure I'm right. What do you think, chat? Maybe. Let's try north.
Still locked.
I think there's a connection between the painting and the like they're different versions of the same thing, maybe?
Yes, I'm getting that. So, maybe it's not here. Are there any birds? Yes, there are birds. Ba 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 ba. Huh. I'm looking at this. But the only one that really makes sense to me is in the middle. H6W. Yeah, let's try that.
That's done it.
Ah, there you go, Detective Ophelia.
Neat. What was in the box?
More wooden models. These are a little different to the one on the desk.
Aw. A model resembling a child with green hair. A model resembling a woman with gray hair. A model resembling a red and white bird. A model resembling a broad-shouldered man. The wooden models have been hand-painted. The paint is not skillfully applied. A pot of red paint and a brush is laying nearby. The brush has some dried red paint on it.
Puffer fish?
Yes, it's also a lamp, for some reason. We already solved it.
Oh, I wanted to look at the map again, but okay.
It's a drinking horn.
Is it full of ale? Or mead, maybe?
Right now, it's just full of dust.
Oh.
Yeah, oh.
More maps?
No, they're just blank.
Oh. That's a massive conch shell. Do you think there's a little crab living inside?
I hope so.
Little crab.
A hammock. It's kind of worn out.
I would politely describe it as lived in.
A lot of redundant light sources in here.
It's Earth.
If Earth was made of paper and gave off a gentle pink light.
It's a barometer, but it's broken.
I've never seen a barometer that wasn't broken.
A pencil drawing of a mountain on a moonlit night.
Mood.
What about the sky?
You get a good view of the lake from here.
See, anything else?
An old wooden mask.
Probably cursed. The entire room is made of
Oh, it's
leather.
not. It's the actual hole.
Shelf junk. Shelf junk.
Okay, I think that's everything.
It's a magic lamp. Can we summon the genie?
If we get really stuck, sure. A map with a dotted line and an X marked on it.
That's a very boring way to describe a treasure map.
I mean, fair. I think we've investigated everything in this room.
The entire room is made
Oh,
of
it's not.
leather.
It's the actual hole.
Where should we go next? Where do you think, chat? Where should we go next in our investigation? These two rooms seem to be locked. Yeah, let's keep going down. Freya's room. And Freya is the murder victim, yes. Felix is Florafellow's wife, but is not linked as Freya's father. Is there anything suspicious about Felix? Okay, what's this?
Painting supplies. That painting.
Why would you want it looming over your bed like that?
Maybe Freya enjoyed the atmosphere it creates.
The atmosphere of chaos and oppression?
Hang on. There's a smaller version down by the floor.
Yes, that's what I was looking at. I didn't even notice the huge painting looming over it.
It's a photograph.
A small photograph of Freya's abstract painting. A piece of adhesive tape is stuck on it. Lines have been drawn with blank ink around the edges. Looks like a mountain to me.
Freya's plants. They must not need sunlight? It's a little wooden box for paintbrushes.
To the casual observer, maybe.
Look closer! Ho ho!
They're not real paintbrushes.
They're not?
Looks like they're part of some kind of lock mechanism.
Swap brushes into the correct order. Arrange the paper to find a clue. Okay. Wah wah. Okay, I think I'm getting this. Yeah. Nothing to it. Ba ba ba. That doesn't tell me anything. Let's see. Blue, orange, green, pink. Wait, none of these brushes are orange. Orange there. Short handle. The one that is slightly taller than it. Third one has this shape of brush. So here. Huh. Short orange handle. So I think this is correct. This one is 3 tall. This one is blue. This one is pink with that kind of brush, so I think this or this.
There we go.
Yeah!
Perfect.
Look at me detecting.
What was in the box?
Just a photograph. Well, most of a photograph.
Oh, who are you? A photograph of 2 young girls, possibly gay. One with red hair, the other with green hair. The photo has a large piece missing. It seems to have been ripped off. They definitely have gay energy.
Painting supplies.
It's a fish, I think?
I think it looks more like a whale.
Fine, it's a whale.
Could also be a shark.
Okay, now you're just changing your
Just little
mind.
trinkets.
Let's leave them alone. Freya's bear.
Looks pretty depressed.
He's had a rough couple of days.
Do you think this was always supposed to be a bedroom?
I don't know. It is kind of a weird shape.
No windows either.
Yeah, this is pretty weird bedroom.
Brushes, pencils.
They're clean, but they look pretty well used.
Not the kind of lamp I choose for my bedroom, but fair enough.
It's cool. Looks like old mining equipment or something.
It's a little glass box.
I think it's a vivarium.
Come again?
See the leaves and twigs in there? Might have been for keeping insects.
Vivarium.
That's weird.
What did you find in the drawers?
Nothing. They're completely empty.
That'd be a weird place to have an attic.
A pillow with a paw print pattern.
It's a cushion.
Yeah, but that doesn't alliterate. It's Freya's bed. A little bit messy.
It's a perfectly healthy amount of messy.
Perfectly healthy amount of messy, chat.
Drawings taped up on the wall.
What's that one on the left?
Looks like two people standing together in a garden. One of them's holding a red rose.
Ah, that looks like, the woman. No, wait. Yes, that looks like... I don't have their name, but I recognize them.
Drawings taped up on the wall.
What's that one on the left?
Looks like two. One of them's holding a red rose.
Don't know that big fella yet. Fifi. Mr. Hawkshaw. A drawing of a man standing with a woman in a garden. He's holding a red rose. A drawing of a young woman and a drawing of a person wearing a cloak.
Just little trinkets.
I mean, my bed might be messy
Let's
right
leave them
now,
alone.
but that's neither here nor
Freya's
there.
plants. They must not need sunlight. Did Freya paint those animals on her ceiling?
They're kind of simplistic.
Maybe she painted them when she was younger. Do you think this was always?
I don't know.
No windows either.
Let's see, anything else?
Do you think this was
I don't
no
know.
windows either?
I feel like I've looked at everything.
Even though we're halfway up a tower, someone's been tracking in mud from outside.
Very odd.
Even though we're someone's been tracking in mud. Do you think this was
I don't
no
know.
windows either? A lot of these paintings look unfinished.
How can you tell if they're finished or not?
Good point. Drawings.
What's that one?
Looks like one of them's holding a red rose.
Okay, I think that's everything now.
Do you think this was
I don't
no
know.
windows either?
Okay, so there's a lot of pipe work in here.
Just little trinkets.
Let's leave them alone.
It's something I did not notice at first. And the last floor down. Bottom floor. The library. Ah, that looks like the little woman from the, Yeah, Fifi.
Curious. I would expect bacteria of that nature to thrive in these conditions.
Excuse me.
That kind of voice we're getting. Okay.
Taking all the environmental factors into account, there must be something I am still missing.
May I talk to you, miss?
She knows we're here. She just doesn't care.
I am a detective, and I need to talk.
Correction. You do not need to talk to me,
Oh,
no?
hello.
How come?
because I am not a suspect. I am completely innocent of
Thanks
any...
for letting me know.
Speaking of which, you have now been at Tangle Tower for over 23 minutes.
Your eyes are weirdly placed, my girl.
Surely you have already reached a sturdy hypothesis.
A hypothesis about the murder?
Yeah, come on, Grimoire, hurry up.
My apologies. Unfortunately, protocol dictates I must at least meet all the suspects. And that includes you. So, could you tell me your name?
Fifi Fellow, microbiologist, inventor, innovator.
Microbiologist. Haha, nice one, Ophelia. Her eye placement implies he's a prey animal. I like that glasses. They got such a nice design.
You will need to be more specific. Oneself cannot be summarized in a single response without doing one a great disservice.
That's also true.
So true.
Well, first of all, you're a fellow. So does that make you the daughter of...
Correct. My father and mother are named Flora and Felix, but you
Okay.
need not question either of them. It will only waste valuable time. Neither of them are capable of murder.
Thanks for the tip.
Fifi, you said you were a micro...
Biologist.
Microbiologist. But it is an insignificant label. My studies cannot be categorized in any one recognized field.
What made you want to become a scientist in the first place?
I harbor an intrinsic fascination with the microscopic. I constructed my first one at age 10.
Constructed a microscope?
Correct.
And what's that thing on your head? Did you make that too?
My eyesight began to deteriorate when I turned 12. Not satisfied with the eyeglasses prescribed to me, I designed this custom lens instead. It automatically adjusts based on the surrounding light conditions.
Does it glow red when you get angry?
No, but that would be most amusing.
She designed her own glasses.
Name, Fiona Fellow. Age, 19. Profession, amateur microbiologist.
Amateur.
Likes the meaningful archiving of information. Dislikes the superfluous window dressing accompanying the majority of human contact. Notes, kindly disregard the polysyllabic form of my given forename and refer to me instead as Fifi.
How come you prefer Fifi?
How come you prefer Grimoire?
How are you related to the other fellows?
Fitz is my cousin. His father, a man named Flint, was my uncle.
Was?
I do not know if Flint is alive or not. He left Tangle Tower a long time ago.
And what about Freya? How are you related to her?
We share exactly one grandparent.
Okay, that's a lot of information. She's been the most helpful so far. Tell me about yesterday, please.
What can you tell me about the murder?
What can you tell me about... Wait, that's what I'm supposed to ask you.
Yes, however, you were too slow.
You fancy yourself a detective too, Fifi?
I just need to know what happened.
Me too. So talk.
Fine. I knew ahead of time that Freya was going to be busy with her painting all day, so I had planned to spend the afternoon with Poppy. I was in the library all morning preparing the equipment for an experiment, only to find out that Poppy had made other plans and she was in fact planning to ignore me completely.
Wow.
So what did you do
Stone
instead?
cold.
I locked myself in my room and cried.
Oh.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Why?
I don't know, it just sounds kind of sad.
It is not unusual.
Oh. Good.
I was in my room. The lights were off and the door was locked. Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me. I opened the door. Poppy came into my room. Her makeup was leaking. She told me Freya was dead. I did not believe it. I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face. She insisted that we go up to Flora's tower. We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs. When I saw Freya lying on the floor, I was completely and utterly devastated.
Okay, who's that?
Then I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting. Poppy and I took the sample back downstairs to the library. We performed a test and found out that it was, in fact, blood.
You
Okay.
performed that scientific test immediately, even though you were feeling so upset?
Of course. Why would one affect the other?
Fifi's bedroom should be unlocked now.
Can't wait.
Okay, that was a lot of information. But apparently because we have not actually met these other people she's named, we can't see the relation yet. Okay, she was there. So she was the third person to... No, she was the fourth person, it seems, to find out about the murder. Because the mother was in the bedroom, so I'm making her the prime suspect. Then there's that weird big person with the purple hair who is in the room. And then third is Poppy.
It's an illustrated book about birds.
It's been left open. Looks like somebody was halfway through reading it.
Or
Faked her own murder? Oh my, that'd be quite something.
It was left open for us to find.
Ever so slightly unnerving.
The inkdip is a remarkably intelligent bird with a very long lifespan, even among avian mystids. Other birds are often aggressive towards it, and the inkdip lives most of its life alone. It has particular feeding habits and usually only eats the seed of the Tantum amica pictured. That bird looks similar to... Oh, sorry. This bird, the inkdip, looks similar to... this bird. Slightly.
Is that a snow globe?
I don't think I murdered her, Ophelia.
Of sorts.
Oh-ho!
Hey, look at that. It's a model of Tangle Tower. There's the lake and those weird mountains. What are you thinking?
That would make an amazing souvenir.
Wow.
Hey, look at that. What are you thinking?
That would make an amazing... A book on the floor.
Achievement unlocked. A souvenir.
Fundamental entomology.
I guess somebody dropped it.
Both of you are trying to frame me for this murder, and I don't appreciate it.
What's in those bottles?
I'm not sure. Soil samples? Books about space.
They're relatively untouched. Books about insects.
Well, theoretically. There's not a single book on that shelf.
Huh.
That's very odd. A complete empty bookshelf.
Books about insects.
Well, there's not
huh.
Books about geography.
Skip. Books about ancient history, I think?
These books are ancient history. I think they'd crumble into dust if I tried to pick them up.
Good excuse.
Thanks.
Sure. Why not build a science lab in the corner of the library?
The search for new knowledge. The archiving of old knowledge. It's downright poetic.
Books about nature?
Okay, up here?
Sure. Why
The
not?
search it's downright poetic.
Let's see. Anything else?
It's musty in here.
What exactly does that mean? What is must?
What is must?
Must. You ask such stupid questions.
Nice.
Yes, but what is must?
It's musty in here.
What exactly?
You ask.
Nice.
It's musty.
What
You
exactly?
ask.
Nice. A chalkboard.
Is this a library or a classroom?
Oh.
Any idea what this means?
Not a clue.
Maybe I'll find out later.
I'm not sure I learned anything from that.
It's musty in here.
What exactly?
You ask.
Nice.
I think we've interacted with everything.
Books about nature? Books about
The
birds.
shelves are about
Half
half
empty.
empty.
Oh, so you're a the shelves are half empty kind of person.
You knew this already.
Okay.
What's in those bottles?
I'm not sure. Soil samples?
Okay, I think I've looked at everything in this room. Let's go to Fifi's bedroom.
A new suspect. Don't think you can get out being questioned just because you're a bear.
I'm innocent, I promise.
Save it for the judge.
Oh, these two.
I don't know what that drink is, but I bet it's 99% sugar.
I'd read you the ingredients, but there's nothing written on the can.
That's even worse.
Oh no.
I don't know what that drink is, but I bet it's 99%.
I'd read you the ingredients, but there's
That's even worse.
scientific formulas, probably. I'll openly admit I have no idea what any of it means. Nice room.
It's a mess, but yeah.
What's that big book on the desk?
Looks like something Fifi's been writing.
Is it a clue?
I hope not. It's just a bunch of notes about her microbiology experiments.
Okay.
It's a magnifying glass.
A big one.
How come you don't have one of those?
Why? Because I'm a detective? Should I start smoking a pipe, too?
You couldn't pull off a pipe.
Aw. Sad.
What's that big book on the
Looks
desk?
like it's just a bunch of notes about her
What's that big book?
Looks like it's just a bunch of
Investigate the chips, woman!
It looks like a microscope.
Can I touch it?
Look closer.
I'm not sure this is a microscope.
Horizontally slide the 4 magnifying lenses to the correct positions. Da 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 da. Huh.
I guess that's wrong.
The 4 lenses all have different magnification strengths. So they must each have a specific position along the rail.
Oh. Okay. I get it now. This should go here. I feel like I'm getting closer to something, but I'm not sure. This is a tricky puzzle that got me.
Nope.
You need to magnify different parts of the image, so they line up into the shape of a key. Looks like you might need to overlap some of the lenses too.
Okay, I need to overlap some of the lenses. That looks like a key. Okay, I see the image at the bottom now. Da, da, da. Okay, okay, this is progress. Some kind of progress. This is pretty complicated. Oh! I think we almost got it, Chad.
I got it.
Yeah! Look at me go! Didn't give up.
I'm impressed. Sounds like it unlocked.
Yeah, it's built on top of a little metal box. There's a book in here.
Ah, a well-used book resembling a diary. It's locked with a strange metal device.
That's a whole lot of books.
Homemade posters. This one's about the Pythagoras theorem.
Pythagoras? Don't you mean Pythagorean?
Nah, I've not heard of that band. Are they any good? Crystal chandeliers.
Extra fancy.
I don't know. They just seem old-fashioned to me. Plus, they're kind of dusty.
A pretty ornate window with a great view of the lake.
We're supposed to be looking for clues, not assessing the real estate value.
And over here, you'll see the owners use sheets of paper to block out all that unnecessary natural light. A simple trick, but it really transforms the space. It's a bed.
Barely.
That's a whole lot of books. Fifi's got something pinned up here.
What is all this?
Are they trying? She's trying to figure out lineage or something?
Arrows connecting all the different suspects.
Oh, or is it... Yeah.
They're not labeled, though.
Yeah, they're completely meaningless.
Huh? Wait.
Is that supposed to be me? Why do I look so angry?
That's just the face you make when you're thinking. Does make you wonder, though. When did Fifi draw all this?
Yes, when did she draw all this?
I think that's supposed to be Felix.
Who is that?
No idea. That's you, Sally.
What? I do not look like that, do I?
Oh, that's Sally?
Who is that?
No idea.
I mean, I know.
That's gotta be Flora.
Who is that?
No idea. Who's that?
Not sure.
Okay.
Is Fifi trying to solve the mystery with math equations?
Maybe. Did you ever try that? Maybe it works.
Okay, we'll have to come back to this later.
Did you notice who isn't on here?
Freya?
Mm-hmm. And Fifi herself.
Okay.
That's a whole lot of books.
I think Fifi's innocent.
Stuff Fifi's thrown away.
You gonna rummage through the trash can?
No, that is quite beneath me. Thank you.
I give it 5 minutes before you're in there. Homemade posters. This one's about the Pythagoras theorem.
I've not heard of that band.
Boxes of stuff.
Boxes of stuff.
Boxes of stuff.
Ooh, more boxes of stuff.
Scientific formulas, probably. I'll openly admit I have no... Nice room.
It's a mess. But yeah.
Okay, I think that's everything.
Nice room.
It's a but yeah.
That's a whole lot of books. Nice room.
It's a but yeah.
Okay, that's everything in here. Can we talk to her again?
What can you tell me about the murder?
Okay. Well, that room is still locked, so we have no choice but to investigate the second tower of Tangle Tower. Music room. Ah, There you are. You are Violet, or is it Poppy?
Are you a ghost?
Sally! That's rude!
You
Well,
all
she is
have
a
white
ghost.
skin.
It may come as a disappointment, but I am alive.
Ah,
That makes you a suspect, I'm afraid.
I know.
what's your name?
My name is Poppy. I'm a pointer. And a pianist.
We'll need to ask you
Pointer.
a few questions about Freya.
I know.
Hey, you're pretty good.
All in the wrist. And 13 years of dedicated practice. I'm just me. There's nothing to know.
How are you related to the other pointers?
My father is Percival Pointer. The professor spends most of his time hidden away in his tower. Barely speaks to anyone these days. Especially not the fellows.
Of course you like them, nerd. They're purple. They're purple all over.
Do you get on with the fellows?
2 of them. Fifi and Freya are my closest friends. We all turned 19 last year.
Do people ever leave Tangle Tower? I don't mean to be rude. It's just, if you're 19...
Oh, wait. It was Ophelia who said that. Right. I mixed up. Oh my god. Sorry. Oh, sorry. I didn't even see your message. You're lurking. Hello. You must have came in when I was doing the key puzzle, magnifying puzzle. Yes, hello. Nice to see you, sorry.
You don't have to answer that, Poppy.
It's a fair question. I'd like to move away. Definitely. Fifi, Freya, and I would often talk about it, argue about it. Freya wanted to leave, but Fifi, things are more complicated for her.
What about now?
After what happened, I really don't want to stay here much longer. 3.5 hours of piano practice, soon as I wake up. Same as always.
3.5. Does that not hurt your hands?
Sure.
And do you do
Jeez.
this in the music room?
No, I prefer to practice in my room. When I make mistakes, I like to make them in private.
What did you do after that?
I was supposed to meet Fifi in the library, but I totally forgot. When I finally got down there, she'd already gone. I checked her bedroom, but it was locked.
Was Fifi not in there?
No idea. She keeps her door locked either way. So I went back upstairs and out into the moonlight garden.
The what?
The little garden on the roof outside my room.
Was it just you up there?
Uh-huh.
No. Fitz came outside after a while. His room's on the other side. He's been teaching me about flowers.
So, did you talk to him?
Not really.
You ignored each other.
I didn't say that.
This is all very odd.
Fitz and I were up in the moonlight garden.
Okay, so
most
that's
of the
Fitz.
afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds. I've been trying to decide how to describe it, but I'm struggling. It was like something drilling into a piece of metal, but different. Worse. I was pretty sure it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there to check. Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. I knew Freya and Flora were both supposed to be in there.
Okay, so I'm guessing Fritz knocked the door down.
So I made Fitz kick down the door.
Yeah.
I went inside. Freya was lying on the floor.
And the mother is seemingly not here. Interesting. So they were the first 2 to see the body.
Flora was in the room too?
Yeah.
Oh, she was in the
I
room.
think she realized what had happened at the same moment I did. I didn't know what to do. So I ran downstairs to get Fifi. Her door was still locked, but I knocked and shouted at her. Eventually she let me in. The lights were off, but I could see she'd already been crying. I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry. First time I've ever seen her angry. I dragged her out into the hall. My father was there too, for some reason.
For some
The 3
reason.
of us went back up to Flora's tower. Then Felix arrived. He had Penny with him. Fifi had this idea. She wanted to do some kind of scientific test. She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes. After she was done, she went back upstairs and I went back to my room.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay.
That's me. I'm on a list of murder suspects. Always thought that would be kinda cool, but it's just tedious.
Falls a little short, doesn't it? All right. Poppy's bedroom is unlocked.
I wonder what's in there.
We'll go there later. I want to look
Sheet
around.
music. It's handwritten.
That's a lot of notes. Looks pretty difficult.
Probably why they're on the floor. Are they paper lanterns?
Whatever they are, I like them. It's like a little parade of floating spirits.
Ooh, that's quite a way to describe it.
Are they...
Whatever's like a little parade of
Oh, whatever it is, it's playing a little trumpet.
Well, it is the music room. He's got to practice.
What's with all the broken glass?
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. What is this trumpet you speak of? Horn statue. A shiny statue of a strange creature holding a large horn. There's a noticeable crack running along the length of the statue's horn. Inside the horn and on the ground below are various shards of cracked glass. Huh. The gramophone also had a very noticeable crack running along its length.
There's a faded mural on the wall.
When I was a kid, I never knew the difference between a mural and a mosaic.
What is the difference?
You still don't know, do you?
No.
Who plays the violin, I wonder?
It's pretty dusty, so I'm guessing nobody.
There's a faded
When
mural.
I was a kid,
You still don't know.
No.
Hello, Versailles.
One
Nice to
old
see
wooden
you.
bookcase.
Welcome, welcome. We are investigating a murder.
Yep.
25 dry old books.
Mm-hmm.
4 lit candles.
Yeah.
Am I the only one seeing the problem?
Let's see. What was I? Oh, right. Now I remember. And Mary, hello. Nice to see you too.
All right, you got your wish.
Spooky murder mansion?
Spooky murder mansion.
We are playing a voiced point-and-click mystery.
All right, you got your wish.
Spooky
Murder mansion. Who plays the violin?
So I'm guessing nobody.
It's one of those big pianos with the open lids.
Don't touch it.
Why not?
Might be haunted.
We are investigating the murder of Freya Fellow, age 19, who died whilst painting a portrait of Flora Fellow. Relation currently unknown. She was found lying on her back with a single stab wound on her chest. No weapon was found at the scene, but the subject of Freya's painting was holding a knife in the painting. And the red color on the tip of the knife was not paint. It was blood. Ba, ba, ba. So far, we have talked to Felix, Flora, Fifi, and Poppy. But, well, I say talk, but Flora was completely silent for all the questions we asked her. Had to nap it off. Oh my god, that would be quite a plot twist, Versailles. Felix fancies himself an adventurer, but has been a homebody for quite some time. We just talked to Poppy, who said her and a man named Felix, no, not Felix, Fritz, are the second group of people to see the murder. And let's see, anything else? Oh yes, we are at Tangle Tower. which is actually a pair of towers connected by a mansion at the base, surrounded by a circular lake of unusual colors, enclosed by sheer pale cliffs. It's currently home to 2 families. So I think that catches you all up.
Smells like a forest in here.
The colored rooms are all the rooms we've been to so far. I wonder if I can get this game done in one stream. It doesn't look like it'll be too big. Poppy's room.
Ah, yes, a giant symbol drawn in chalk on the floor. Always a good omen.
It's an eye.
Oh, thank goodness, there are 7 lit candles. Wouldn't want it to be dark in here. There's a name for this kind of piano. You know, these ones that stand upright. Sheet music, presumably for piano.
It's only a few notes. I'd barely even call that music.
Yeah, it's been framed though. Must be important for some reason.
The sheet music has been framed and is decorated with delicate, old-fashioned illustrations.
Various handmade posters.
What do you think those symbols mean?
Hopefully, nothing.
It's a metronome for keeping time.
Look closer.
It's ticking. Is it a bomb?
It's supposed to be ticking. Not sure what those symbols are, though.
Use the buttons to rotate all 4 metronome dials up to the hoop at the top. Oh.
There we go.
Perfect. What happened?
A little hatch unlocked in the back.
Anything in there?
Mm-hmm. It's a photograph.
Oh?
Part of a photograph.
I believe we found the other half of this earlier. The ripped photo shows a young girl with blonde hair and pink clothes. The girl in the photo is using a bright pink cassette player with matching headphones. The rest of the photo shows Fifi and Freya. It was hidden in Freya's room. Ah, okay, so that is Fifi, and that is our murder suspect. That is our murder victim, Freya.
There's something about that pink cassette tape. Something suspicious.
Let's ask Poppy about it.
Okay. Da 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 da.
I need to confirm something with you, Poppy.
Confirm away.
What can you tell us about this cassette tape? Is it yours?
It belongs to Freya. She liked to have music playing. while she was
Okay.
painting, you know.
And do you know what kind of music is on this tape?
No idea. Acid jazz?
It's piano music. Sounds an awful lot like your music, to be honest.
Sure it doesn't belong to you?
Why are we even talking about this? Cassette tapes have been redundant for a good few years now.
The tape was found at the crime scene. It was in the gramophone.
Okay.
It's not mine. I'd never own anything like that.
Why not?
Not my color.
You used to like these colors.
Ridiculous.
We need a clue to compare with the cassette tape. Something that proves Poppy used to like these colors.
What about this? It's just a hunch that might be her.
Let's take a closer look at this.
Found the crime scene matches. The pink cassette tape. Found in Poppy's room.
The pink cassette tape found at the crime scene matches the pink cassette player that was found in Poppy's room. Almost. Maybe just change.
What's a connection between these two clues? Huh.
The pink cassette tape found at the crime scene matches the pink cassette player used by Poppy in this old photo.
That is not me.
Yeah, it is. I'll prove it.
Okay, how are you gonna do that? With this?
You look a little different, but Fifi and Freya are pretty recognizable. It's clearly a photo of you with your two best friends. Why'd you tear it up and then hide it?
I think the answer is pretty straightforward.
You hate them. Hmm?
Poppy hates Fifi and Freya now.
You sure about that?
Not entirely. I think the answer is pretty straightforward.
Poppy doesn't want to look like that
Poppy doesn't
anymore?
want to look like that anymore.
That's it. Makes this whole thing seem kind of irrelevant.
Maybe. It depends on the reason.
The reason she doesn't want to look like that anymore?
The passage of time is a powerful thing.
Okay.
Hold on. This means that pink cassette tape does belong to you, Poppy.
It used to. I recorded some piano music onto it and gave it to Freya as a gift. Years ago.
Freya could have easily been listening to this tape at the exact moment she was killed. There's gotta be a connection between the tape, the gramophone, and the murder.
There's one other thing I want to know. How did it get that crack down the middle?
I have no idea.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Okay, I'm gonna go back to snooping through your bedroom now.
Oh, thank goodness, there are 7 lit candles. Wouldn't want it to be dark in here. A single red rose. How very traditional.
Yeah, weird.
That reminds me of a clue. But first, let me look at this. Ah, new information. The pink cassette tape has piano music recorded on it. Why was it found at the crime scene? She admits the pink cassette tape used to belong to her. She recorded the piano music. Crack on the tape must have happened quite recently. Freya liked to listen to music on the gramophone while painting. Poppy used to like bright pink, but she doesn't anymore. But no, that reminds me of... where is it? This image. I'm guessing that man there is Fritz.
That is the bed of a vampire.
You heard it here.
I thought vampires slept in coffins.
This is a vampire who needs firm support for their lower back. That is the
I thought
This is a vampire who needs firm support.
It's an octopus.
No, it's not. It has 6 legs, not 8. Don't say it.
Sextopus.
Yeah. Do you need firm support for your lower back, Nura?
Just a bunch of clothes on the floor. Nothing weird about that.
To you. More handwritten sheet music.
Anything in the wardrobe?
Dresses mostly. I never realized there are so many shades of black.
I'm not humoring chat's theories of them being the murderers.
A lamp. It is most definitely turned off. Empty.
You are thankfully blessed with no back problems. I'm glad to hear, my vampire.
A big glass door leads out into a garden. Somehow.
There's a little mechanism by the handle.
Ooh, look closer. Slide the lid open, then move the tiles into the correct slots. Correct slots. That?
Nothing. Still locked.
All 4 tiles have a moon symbol.
Those other symbols look like suns. Surely that's something to do with it?
I think it is, but in an abstract kind of way.
What about this?
Nope.
Maybe the information we need isn't here.
So where is it?
Somewhere else.
Ah.
I guess we'll come back later.
Anything in the wardrobe?
Dresses mostly. I never realized there are so many.
Wait, what's that?
Anything in
Dresses mostly. I never realized there are so many shades of black.
A big glass door leads out into
There's a little mechanism by the handle.
sheet music.
It's only a few.
Yeah, it's been framed though. Must be important. for
Also
some
have the
reason.
roses. Okay, I think that's everything in here.
How do you even get drapes on the ceiling like that?
That's the real mystery.
That is a mystery. Okay. Next room, over here. The aviary. Finally, we get to talk to you.
Oh, just beautiful.
You
What is it?
you have no hands.
Sort of a delicate jade, but with a little seafoam green, is that right?
Although, actually, I think those are just gloves. I might be wrong.
Sorry?
Your hair, dear! Which shade do you use? It's lovely! And that shape, you're really pushing the envelope.
Oh, thanks. I do what I can to offset Grimoire's beige on brown ensemble.
Detectives don't need to be brightly colored. We prefer to blend into the background.
Oh, you're the detective? Delightful. Penny Pointer, pleasure.
Is that short for Penelope?
Officially, yes, but I never can be bothered with all 4 syllables of it. Penelope sounds a little ostentatious coming out of the mouth, don't you think?
Sure. Yeah.
I like her already.
20-something, Aquarius, love to travel, and nearly all of my friends are birds.
Travel? Where to?
Anywhere at all, as long as it has species worth studying. Ornithology, they call it. I call it the only thing I've ever been good at.
Huh. Interesting.
And have you studied the birds here at Tangle Tower?
But of course! Where else do you think I developed my love of the field? No matter where I go, I always find myself coming home to Tangle Tower.
Because of the birds.
Oh, no, because of him! Silly to admit, but I suppose I can't bear for us to be apart.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, don't you know? My fiancé, dear Fitz. He's not really the traveling type, you see.
Fitz is your fiance? Uh-huh, I've sensed a love triangle. Why is he giving roses to Poppy?
Fitz fellow.
The very one.
You're engaged to a member of the Fellow family? That's interesting.
I'm not especially interested in whatever tedious feuding goes on between our two families. Fitz and I find it much easier to stay out of it altogether. I awoke early and headed down into the greenhouse to see Fitz. He's always there. Crack of dawn, every morning
Crack
like
of dawn.
clockwork.
How come?
It's where he's happiest. That, and he has a great deal of work to do every day. Watering, pruning, mulching, whatever that is.
Okay, so he's a gardener.
Do you help him with the work in the greenhouse?
Oh, no. I wouldn't dream of it. I'd probably break something.
So, you stayed with Fitz the whole day?
No. In the early afternoon, he went back inside. Rather suddenly, as it happens.
Suddenly.
Did he say why?
He didn't. Probably just a touch of heat stroke, the poor dear. He's more delicate than you'd think.
What did you do after that?
Let's see. I returned to the aviary to feed my birds.
And how many birds are you responsible for?
Officially 4, but in truth it's more like 400.
Can they not feed themselves?
Of course, and they often do. But I think they just like the company. As do I.
Oh.
Sometime in the evening, I left the aviary and headed back towards my room. But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. He was muttering something. Seemed a bit upset, the poor dear. I followed him down, but the grand hall was empty by the time I got there. Empty aside from Detective Hawkshaw, who was loitering over by the library. I don't know what it was, but she looked a little
Detective.
lost. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the fellow tower. I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path. For some reason, he was coming out of Fitz's bedroom. He looked rather lost, too. I told him I was looking for Uncle. He suggested we look up in Flora's tower room. We could see from the hallway. The door was off its hinges. I knew then something was terribly wrong. A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya. Uncle Pointer was there. Fitz, too, standing over in the corner with Fifi and Poppy.
What about Flora?
Of course, silent as ever. Uncle suggested we should leave. Give the others some space, you know.
Silent as
So
ever.
he and I both returned to our rooms in Pointer Tower. Oh, she's beautiful. Who is she? Wait, is that me?
Huh? Yes.
We can get into Penny's room now.
Now, like, right now?
An especially fancy cage.
And it's home to 3 especially fancy birds.
3 brightly colored birds in a heavy ornate cage.
I feel like I'm standing in a giant bird cage. Bird diagrams. Hand-painted.
They're beautiful. Someone really knows their stuff.
I feel like I'm standing in a giant bird cage.
I don't like mirrors. They steal your soul.
How do you get your hair so symmetrical without using a mirror?
I do it by weight. I can feel if one side is heavier than the other.
Bird diagrams.
They're beautiful. Someone.
Bird
They're
diagrams.
beautiful. Someone.
My little writing desk. It's kind of cute.
There's nothing written in the book, although someone's torn a page out of the middle.
My little writing
There's
desk.
nothing written in the book.
So, stopping for a second, I want to ask chat now how they're doing today. Because I didn't ask that yet. I've only got to ask that for Nura.
They're bird cages, but the birds are coming and going freely.
Is that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is.
Oh, that totally is.
They're bird cages, but the birds are...
Is that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is. Check out that butterfly.
Looks evil.
Wow, judgmental.
I'm glad to hear you two are doing good, Sori and Ophelia.
Rather magnificent bush. Somewhat cruelly confined to a stone pot.
There's a letter P carved into the side.
Oh, she really likes birds, Sori. I think they're fancy gloves. They look like... Yeah, they look like gloves to me. Arm-length gloves.
What's with those little windows down there?
I think they're there for draining rainwater.
Oh.
You're doing well. You got tea with your wife. Are now just chilling and watching my favorite Anthem streamer. Thank you, Mary. I know Sori likes to read aloud, word for word, what is said in chat. I don't know if that's just a habit or is some kind of streaming technique I should be picking up on.
A rather magnificent bush. Somewhat cruelly confined to a stone pot.
There's a letter P carved into the side.
But yes, I will try to read more what is actually said in time instead of just responding to it.
They're bird cages. But the
Is
bird...
that a metaphor?
Oh, it totally is.
Yes. I usually start Wednesday streams at 2 my time. You do it for the people who are exclusively listening to audio, but it's also just a habit now. That is very fair.
I feel like I'm standing in a giant bird cage. I feel like
Okay, I think we've investigated everything here.
I feel like I'm standing in a giant bird.
Penny's room. Okay, let me just look at this again real quick. Felix is husband of Flora. Oh my god. Father of Fifi, that's the word I'm looking for. Penny, currently I don't know their relations to anyone. Freya is Poppy's close friend. Fifi was Poppy's close friend. You read chat aloud so people know who you're responding to. Also, because chat is often full of cool, funny people. That's true.
Traveling cases.
Empty. All of them.
Empty traveling cases, okay.
This is the fanciest room so far.
Too fancy.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
That's some flower.
There's something weird about it. It just feels out of place.
A brightly colored flower with unusual shape. It looks very healthy and well looked after. The soil in the pot looks fresh and moist. It's also an unusual blue color.
Ever get the feeling you're being watched?
The mannequins don't have eyes, though.
That's not a comforting sentence. Ever get the feeling
mannequins-
that's not...
It's a birdhouse.
Are those real birds?
Look closer.
Nope. They're wooden.
They're using up all the perches. What if a real bird wanted to use it?
Swap the positions of the 7 birds.
Nope.
There must be some logic to how the birds are arranged. Something to do with those white lines.
Ba ba ba. No? I think I'm understanding.
Nothing.
I think the birds are related to each other.
I guess that's wrong.
It's a family tree. The colors and eyes combine as they go down the family line. You
Oh,
need to start with blue and yellow at the top.
okay. The eyes combine. Family tree. Go with that. I think this is the correct combination.
I guess that's wrong.
It's a family tree. The colors, and you'll need to start with blue and yellow at the top.
Okay, maybe I swap. Oh, no, wait. Maybe. Oh, okay, I got it now. There.
I guess that's
It's a family tree. You'll need to start with blue and yellow.
Hmm. So these three are correct, I think. Which combination do I put these in?
I guess that's
It's a family. You'll need to start with blue and yellow at the top.
Hmm.
I guess
It's a
that's
family. You'll need to start with blue.
I guess
It's a
that's
family. You'll need to start with blue.
That's the
Hey,
one.
not bad.
Ah! Brute force it.
Did the door open? What's in there?
Now I'll get her. A ripped piece of paper crumpled into a ball. Red flower petals were found inside. Matches is angrily scrawled onto the paper. Ah, da, da.
Penny's books. Mostly novels.
A little tea set. Looks recently used.
One of the cups has tea in it.
What's in the other one?
Birdseed. A little bedtime reading?
Let's see. Romance novels, detective novels, and
What?
this one appears to be both.
Nice.
That bed. It's like something from a fairy tale.
Does it feel warm over here? Or is it just me?
No, you're right. Maybe the bed has some kind of heater.
It's not coming from the bed. It's coming from the wall.
This is the
Two.
What
I
is-
don't know.
Coming from the wall.
This is the
Two.
what
I don't
is-
know.
That might be the most pointless staircase I've ever seen. Looks like nature invited itself in. Rude. That's a big window. Looks like nature. Rude.
You know, the birds can easily get in and out of those cages.
Oh, if that's true, can they even be considered cages?
Huh.
This is the
Two.
fan.
I don't know.
That bed.
Does it feel?
No,
It's
you're-
not
I
coming
think
from the bed.
I've investigated everything in this room.
This is the
Two. I
fan.
don't know.
This is
Two.
the
I don't know.
Okay, okay. Let's get out of here. We have this room. Astronomy Tower. There you are, Mr. Pointer Dexter.
Shh, listen. Do you hear them? The stars. They're whispering. So quiet, and yet so loud.
Oh, you're insane.
What are they whispering about? Are they spreading rumors about us?
I shouldn't think they concern themselves with such insignificance. We are but specks of dust, you and I.
Mm-hmm. Could this speck of dust start by telling me his name?
You find yourself standing in the astronomy tower of one Professor Percival Pointer.
Seems like this tower belongs to the Pointers, and the other one belongs to the Fellows.
Well observed, my dear. Tangle Tower is something of a duality, as it happens. Meaningless boundaries, really. They exist only in our minds.
Helpful.
You have a square hair. No, I mean triangle.
Me? Not much
Triangle.
to say. Strictly speaking, I'm the current head of the Pointer family. And, of course, father to my precious Poppy.
And? a professional astronomer?
Oh no, that's just a little hobby.
Hello, Raiders! Welcome, welcome! Thank you for joining us. It's nice to see you, Jet Tentacle. Yes, Villain Raid. Let me just shout you out. You are playing Ark Survival Evolved. You must have gotten it recently since it was free on Steam. And will still be free on Steam for the next couple days, I think. I think it's until the 19th. But yes, welcome, welcome, Raiders. How was Ark Survival Evolved? What was your first impression of Ark? I got the free copy myself, but have not tried to play it. We are. You got murdered by tiny compies 100 times. That is unfortunate, to say the least. We are playing here today Tangle Tower, a little point-and-click adventure mystery. We are investigating a murder.
I mean, yes, I've studied the stars for over 35 years, published 17 books.
Just a little hobby.
Sounds like you're quite well known. You must bring in a good amount of money.
Oh dear me, no. My field of research has never yielded any kind of stable financial return, nor would I expect it to. I am nothing but a humble interpreter for the cosmos, working to translate its message so that I may share it with the world.
Cool. Tell the cosmos I say hi.
Oh, I didn't know Ark had a mobile port. That's very interesting.
The day began as any other, with blissful, unremarkable routine. I took my usual morning walk around the gardens. Fresh air does wonders for the mind.
Did you see anyone else?
Penelope and Fitz were in the greenhouse together. I didn't bother them, of course. I sat for a while besides the pond in the garden. It's a favorite spot of mine. Eventually, I returned to my tower and buried myself in my studies for the afternoon.
Did you use your telescope yesterday?
Once the stars began to appear, naturally.
For how long?
I can't say. I've been known to lose hours at my telescope.
Hours?
Did you see anything?
No actual discoveries, if that's what you mean.
So you were all alone up in the astronomy tower. Must have been a while before you found out what had happened to Freya.
Quite. Normally, I would be the last to find out about such a thing. But a curious tug of fate led me towards the fellow tower later that evening.
Okay, let me check something real quick. Open Task Manager. Okay, there's nothing. Yeah, I just really need to update to my new PC. Because I notice my model is moving kind of a bit slowly. Especially when it was showing the raid message alert. Not so much now, but definitely when it was doing the raid message alert. But unfortunately, the keyboard, custom keyboard that was made for me by Ministry of NUI Control, no, Ministry of NUI something or other, they was sent back to them because they used my username as an address. So I should be receiving my new keyboard and a new mouse within a week or two's time. And with that, I could then finally upgrade to a proper PC. No longer having to stream on a laptop. And so then I'll be able to have much smoother movement for my model. The keyboard odyssey does continue. And I recently received my new headphones in the mail, so I don't longer have to use these replacement ones. But I'm still using these replacement ones for today.
I was at my telescope for the majority of the evening.
Okay, I say replacement. I mean to say backup headphones. These are not as high quality. These are not high quality like the set I was previously using on streams.
But at one point, I returned to my desk to look something up in a reference book. I couldn't find the book I wanted, so I figured Fiona must have borrowed it. I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall. I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library. She looked impatient and slightly frustrated.
Same as ever, then?
Quite. I passed her by and went upstairs to Fiona's room. The door was locked, but I could hear shouting coming from inside. I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter. I had no desire to invade their privacy by eavesdropping, so I waited for them to finish and come out into the hall. Before I could ask about the book, Poppy grabbed my hand and took me upstairs along with Fiona. It was apparent that both of them had already been crying about something. We went up to Flora's tower. Freya was laying on her back, right in the middle of the room. Flora and Fitz were already there. They both looked stoic as ever. Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did, and then Fiona went downstairs with Poppy for some reason. I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
Why did you leave so quickly? Wasn't there anything you could have done to help?
Don't take this the wrong way, but the whole ordeal is fellow family business. I'm quite sure they don't need me getting in the way at a time like that.
That's not very compassionate of you. Only missing 2 people here. Fitz?
I don't
Someone
especially
else.
want to talk about myself. Introspection often leads to vanity.
Wait, does it?
Why don't we discuss the moons of Jupiter instead?
I'm not sure if we have time. Aren't there like 10 of them?
83.
Yeah, we don't have time.
Okay.
You know, I've always wanted one of those.
A mechanical solar system? What would you do with it?
I would look at it.
Okay then, let's look closer at it.
Wait a minute. Earth in the middle. Sun on the outside. How old is this thing?
Rotate the 5 planets, the sun, and the moon around the middle. What am I trying to do here? I don't think I'm trying to do this, right? That can't possibly be it.
Nothing.
So there are 2 ways to move the shadows. Rotate the planets, and rotate the sun and moon.
I think I have to get the shadows to line up with these lines on the illustration, is my best guess. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. A bit confused.
I guess that's wrong.
I think you just need to get the shadows to line up with the shape on the base.
I get that. Da, da. Okay, do I need to move the sun and moon a bit? No, I don't think so. Da 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 da. Wah, wah. Okay, that's another one. Okay, let me move this out of the way. Oh, I think we're getting it. Yeah, we got it, chat.
I got it.
I'm impressed. Did you hear that? Something unlocked.
There's a little hatch underneath? What's in there?
A bunch of paper. Looks like somebody's research.
Ooh, golden beetle. Named for its exoskeleton composed of a mineral approximately 90% identical to gold, has a lifespan of several years, it fends off predators with a loud hiss, records of over 95 decibels, and by being completely undigestible, the Mistid has a somewhat spurious reputation for causing ill fortune to those that see it. Very odd.
Pretty.
Trinkets.
They're clearly gizmos.
A bell jar. It's empty.
What do people normally keep in bell jars?
Other than bells, you mean? A Spyglass to the Stars. Volumes 1 to 12.
They're in very good condition.
It's tidier than mine. The notebook is untouched. It's completely blank.
So, even the most well-used notebooks start off blank.
A picture frame.
With no picture.
It's full of tea, but it's gone cold.
Criminal.
Criminal.
It's a chart of the solar system. Which planet are you from, Sally? It's a chart of the solar... it's too cloudy to see any stars right now.
It's also daytime. Pretty.
Oh, no?
There's something kinda disappointing about this room. I just expected a bit more from an astronomy tower.
Oh, does it not compare to all the other astronomy towers you've been to?
What is it?
It's, clearly some kind of large device.
You're not wrong.
Trinkets.
They're clearly gizmos.
I think that's everything.
It's too
It's also daytime.
It's tidier than mine.
So, even the most well-used notebooks.
It's tidier than
So, even the most well-used...
Okay, we will return to this.
Every astronomy tower needs a telescope.
I want to try.
Oh, have a look.
You can see right into Flora's room.
Not by accident.
I can see Flora, but she's not looking this way. She's looking up. Behind her is the backside of the easel holding Freya's unfinished painting. I can't really see anything behind it. Not from this angle.
Can we move it? Doesn't look like we can move this.
It's the tower opposite this one. It's the tower opposite this one. It's the tower opposite this one. I can just about see the gramophone.
It's that little plant Flora keeps on the window ledge.
Don't you think it would fall off? In the wind.
Maybe it's glued down.
I can see the doorway. It leads into the hall. The door itself is on the floor, knocked off its hinges.
It's too dark back there. I can't really see anything. It's too dark back there. I can't...
Trees, for some reason. It's the tower opposite this one. You can see...
Not by accident.
I can see Flora. Behind her, I can't really see anything. You can see right behind her. Can't really see.
Okay.
Hold on. I think we might have missed something.
Huh? What could I have missed?
It's too dark back there.
It's the tower opposite this one. I can see the door. The door itself is on the floor. It's the tower opposite this one. It's the tower opposite
What
this
is he looking at?
It's the tower opposite
Someone
this
tried to murder this woman with a knife gun, but missed and knifed the artist? That's quite a theory.
Is that a window?
I think it is.
Is there another room above Flora's room?
We should check that next time we're over there.
Very astute, Nura.
Isn't this supposed to be an astronomy telescope? I'm pretty sure you need to see the sky for astronomy to work.
I can't move it. I think this is just how it's set up.
That's very suspicious, my man, but I can't actually investigate you about that. See, those are locked. Let's see what's in here. The stone square.
Whoa, nice cape.
You're not fellows or pointers. I'm sure I shall immediately regret asking. But who are you, and what is your business here?
I'm Sally, and this is my sidekick Grimoire.
A private detective, Grimoire.
Really? You're a detective. If this is a joke, it's not a good one.
Who are you, anyway?
Private Detective Hawkshaw.
Oh, nice. Hawkshaw's a cooler name than Grimoire. Maybe I'll become her sidekick.
You're not on the Freya Fellow case, too, are you?
That is classified information between myself and my client. Clearly, this is something which eludes you. But a real detective refrains from handing out informations to persons unknown.
Oh, right.
Now, if you would, I have work to do. It's not in my interest to discuss personal details.
Even if you're one of the suspects in a murder?
Very well. Let us make a small exception. Ask.
Oh, what are you doing here?
I'm on a case at the behest of my client.
How long have you been at Tangle Tower?
133 hours. 5.5 days.
Who are you working for?
I am not at liberty to answer that. Now, I shall permit you one more question.
What crime are you—
How'd you get that scar? It's cool.
You really think so?
Aw.
As it happens, I completed an examination of Flora's room on the morning before the murder. I've been investigating every single room at Tangle Tower. Hers was one of the last on my list.
What are you investigating, if not the murder?
Did you find anything unusual?
Nothing but a thin layer of dust and an atmosphere of somber melancholy.
Was Flora in there at the time?
She spent the duration of my search staring up at the sky, out the open window. Didn't say a word, although I'm told this is the expected behavior.
What did you do after that?
I spent the early evening searching the library. It took longer than it should have. Fiona leaves that room in a permanent state of disarray.
Fiona was in the library too?
I expected her to make an appearance, but she did not.
And you stayed in the library the rest of the day?
Not quite.
Not quite.
Towards the early evening, my examination of the library was unexpectedly disrupted. Sounds of running, wailing, shouting from several floors above. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared. He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the Fellow staircase. Our eyes met. He was breathless. Something had caused him great alarm. He told me to stay out of the way. I consented. I decided to return to my office in the stone square. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. She was clutching the banister of the Pointer staircase with an apprehensive manner. She wished to know where Professor Pointer had gone. I told her what had transpired. Then, she too crossed the hall and disappeared up the Fellow staircase.
Am I misremembering, or... I feel like this account does not match up with what they both told me.
More so than at any moment prior, I felt like quite an intruder in the house. I took my leave, out towards the stone square. The grounds were silent. There were no signs of human life. Even the greenhouse was without its typical inhabitant. I noted that he, too, must be entangled in whatever was transpiring in Fellow Tower. An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance. He spoke to me of what had occurred. His report was as clumsy and cumbersome as the man giving it.
Did he seem upset?
He was rattled. That much was clear. But sorrowful? Mournful? I cannot say. 314 cases solved. 314.
Nice. Okay, so we know they're definitely not the murderer. Okay, I will investigate this area after I go up and talk to her again.
Sometime in the evening, I left the aviary and headed back towards my room. But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. He was muttering something. Seemed a bit upset, the poor dear. I followed him down, but the grand hall was empty by the time I got there. Empty aside from Detective Hawkshaw, who was loitering over by the library. I don't know what it was, but she looked a little lost. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the Fellow Tower. I ran up the stairs.
Okay, that'll mix. That's all, right? And what about you, sir?
I was at my telescope for the majority of the evening, but at one point I returned to my desk to look something up in a reference book. I couldn't find the book I wanted, so I figured Fiona must have borrowed it. I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall. I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library. She looked impatient and slightly frustrated.
Same as ever, then?
Quite. I passed her by and went upstairs to Fiona's room.
If you were simply looking for a book, why did you look so distraught?
Pretty.
Okay, now to look around here.
A wooden trunk that opens up into a full desk.
Wow, that's quite a invention.
I want one. Is that a clock?
If it is, it's a clock with 4 faces.
I'm guessing it doesn't tell the time.
So what does it do?
Rotate the dials until all 4 hands are in the correct positions.
Nope.
So moving any of the hands turns the adjacent hands in the opposite direction. It's like cogs on a machine.
I guess that's wrong.
Did you work out what direction each hand needs to be facing? Each one ends with a little hoop. Try looking through the hoop and ignoring the rest.
Looking through the hoop. Who the hoop?
Nothing.
It's just numbers. 3 on the right, 6 on the bottom, 9 on the left, and 12 on the top. You only need 90-degree angles. That should make it easier to work out.
No, that was it.
There we go.
Nice work. What's in the box?
A little tool thing? Looks like a telescope, but I'm not actually sure what it is.
A small brass tool with curved glass lens. It has a screw at the base. We're just gonna snap this right in front of you.
There's a metal plaque on the bench.
Is there a message engraved on it?
I think there was at one point, but someone scratched it off.
Mysterious.
These plants are giving off a relaxing smell.
I didn't know we were supposed to be smelling things. A pointless little stone tower.
I don't know. Might be a good hiding place.
Want to play hide and seek?
I could be persuaded.
It's a sea serpent, turned into stone by a wizard.
Ah, if you say so. What happened to its head?
Beheaded by the same wizard. How long is that thing? How long is that thing? Looks like it might be about to fall apart. Grimoire, you go first.
It's a big stone dais.
Biggest one I've ever seen. First one, too.
It's a big stone dais.
First one, too. More of that weird lake water.
Really makes me wonder how this structure is supported.
Knife sniper scope. Okay, Nura. Yeah.
Yeah, are we on an island or what?
Beats me.
It's a big stone dais.
First one, too.
Bushes. Bushes. You ever see a mushroom that big before?
Not in real life.
It's Tangle Tower, or at least it's the mansion at the base of Tangle Tower. It's Tangle Tower, or at least it's the...
Okay, I think that's everything.
A wooden trunk.
I want one. A giant glowing gemstone full of plants.
AKA a greenhouse. A little bridge leading back to the gardens.
All right, let's go into the greenhouse. And then after that, we only have 3 rooms left. Greenhouse. No one's in here.
That's a handsome beetle. Looks like he might have magic powers.
This one's in a little pot.
Hydrate.
Okay, that is definitely not edible.
It looks like a gemstone, don't you think?
Pod fruit with a hard gemstone-like skin. Soul in the pod is an unusual blue color. Oh God, he's just hiding there in the shadows. That is very creepy of you, sir.
A little chart of, actually, I have no idea what it's about. Kinda reminds me of a periodic table.
Greek letters, I think?
Kinda reminds me of a periodic table.
Greek letters, I think? What do you make of it?
Not a whole lot. Tools. Used by a gardener. For gardening. Bags of soil.
It's so blue.
Bit of a decadent flooring choice for a greenhouse.
Just chilling, not suspicious at all.
It's glass, but I can't see through it.
Total oxymoron.
I am not.
Hanging baskets. They're so high up.
To you, maybe.
You're only 2 inches taller than me.
2 inches makes all the difference.
It's true.
Tools. Used by gardening.
Is that fruit? It's shaped like fruit.
Too shiny to be fruit. I think it's glowing a little too.
Safe to eat, do you think?
I'm gonna say no.
Is that fruit?
Too shiny? I'm gonna say no. All the flowers here look kind of poisonous.
Can flowers be poisonous?
Anything can be poisonous.
Good to know.
Hanging baskets.
To
You're
you,
only 2.
2 inches makes all the difference. It's bigger in here than I thought it would be. It's bigger in here than I... It's bigger in here than I...
Okay, anything else?
Bit of a decadent flooring choice for...
Oh, I think it's everything.
Bit of a decadent flooring choice.
This one's in a little...
Okay, that is definitely not edible.
It looks like a gemstone, don't you think?
Okay, sir, talk to us.
Sally, don't move. We're being watched.
Yeah, I see him. He's a little too big to hide in the bushes. Is anyone going to say anything? Or shall we just stand around staring at each other?
Right, sorry.
Sorry.
That's better. I'm Sally. And the guy hiding behind me is Detective Grimoire. Who are you?
Fitzfellow, the gardener.
Mm-hmm. And why are you so tall?
I don't know.
Oh, he sounds annoyed by that.
Have you met this guy, Fitz? Shifty eyes, doesn't say a lot. Totally suspicious, if you ask me.
That's me.
Yeah, that's... It was a joke. I was joking.
Oh, I see.
Also, yes, big himbo energy. You gotta head out for now, but good luck. Yes, thank you for coming by, sorry. Cursed with great height, so it goes.
You work here as the gardener.
I don't get paid to do it. It's just my area of interest.
What's the deal with the plants? They're all kinda weird.
Yeah, what's
Right.
the deal?
Did you see the lake?
That giant green and purple lake surrounding the entire house? Yeah, I clocked it.
The color is just a byproduct.
Of what? Poison?
Hmm?
It's not poisonous. Not to you.
What's this got to do with the plants?
The water controls all life, just like anywhere else on the planet. Clouds form, rain falls. The water grows the plants, animals eat the plants. Anything you've perceived as an irregularity is simply a result of this hydrological cycle.
That
Could
does
you say that again?
not
but,
answer
like,
anything.
Condense it as if you were talking to a slightly stupid person?
Our lake water causes the unpredictable alteration of DNA.
What?
Sometimes.
Alteration? Like mutation?
That'd be the official term. For us, it's normal. Just nature.
And you're the local expert on all this stuff?
No. I'm just the gardener. I was in my greenhouse, watering and weeding.
Sounds exciting.
Was anyone else around?
Not at first. Penelope came in a little later. She likes looking at the flowers, I think.
Did you speak to each other?
A little, not too much. We both left the greenhouse in the early afternoon. I went up to my room. Then I came back outside to weed the main gardens. Didn't see anyone else. After that, I went up to the garden outside my room.
And?
Let me guess. Watering and weeding.
Right.
Did anything happen to you yesterday, Fitz?
Oh, excuse me for one moment. I am back, And that should be my only interruption for the stream, chat. I was just being told and asked about dinner for the night. Nothing big deal. By the way, Ophelia, are you streaming tonight?
I was up in the rooftop garden. It was quiet. And then, it wasn't. I can't describe it. Could have been a scream, but it didn't sound human. We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
Not planning on it? Okay, that's fair. I wonder, I can't remember who all is streaming tonight.
We?
Poppy was with me. Did I not mention that? Flora's room was locked. That's normal. She usually locks it from the inside. I knocked on the door and shouted. Nobody responded. We became concerned.
You kicked the door down?
I did. Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back. Flora was there too, but I barely noticed her at first. Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too. Penelope arrived shortly after that, with Felix in tow. I thought that was odd. You don't normally see the two of them together. Felix took charge. There was nothing else I could do to help.
Well, actually, Mary, and it's just the late afternoon in my time zone. The sun is still very much up for me.
I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything. I found her pacing back and forth around the stone square. When I approached her, she snapped at me. I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
Have you met this guy, Fitz?
Almost all the clues.
Fitz's room is unlocked. It's up in the fellow tower.
This could be interesting.
Let's go now. Oh my god. That is so bare.
That's all the statements.
Let's go over them all. Doesn't look soft. It's locked, but it leads outside.
I thought we were halfway up a tower.
We are.
What's that thing by the handle?
Ah. Just slide the lid open, then move the tiles into the correct positions.
It made a noise.
I guess that was right. And the door's still locked.
I still feel like we made some sort of progress. We already saw...
Yeah, but the door didn't unlock.
Okay, now I know what to do in the other person's room.
An empty glass and an empty plate.
Looking at it is making me want to cry.
Why?
I don't know.
Huh. Neither of these lights have an actual light bulb.
They're just decorative.
Oh, so decorative. It's a little handmade card. Someone's drawn a heart on the front. Inside it says, "To Fitz, from PP."
That poor plant.
Looks pretty healthy to me.
Healthy, but sad. I think it would rather be outside.
There's someone outside the window.
Something outside the window. It's probably just a rock.
You sure?
Okay, addressing chat. Based on what context clues we've been given, I believe there is a rooftop garden out there. And that's where the two of them were prior to the murder.
A big glass door leads out into
There's a little mechanism.
Something happened.
That must be it. Finally, it's open.
Whatever's on the other side better be worth it.
Rooftop garden.
It's another little statue, doing a really bad job of hiding in the bushes.
He's playing a lute this time.
He's also wearing headphones.
Well, they're not part of the statue, and they're not headphones. They're earmuffs.
A slightly weathered statue of a strange creature holding a lute. A pair of earmuffs has been placed on the head of the statue.
It's a rose bush, growing on a little patch of bluish soil. Apart from a couple of loose petals on one side, the whole thing looks very well cared for.
The roses are bright red, too.
Now, aren't roses normally that color?
And we still need to investigate that attic.
Exactly. Giant stone frog? Love it.
Ah, he's got his tongue out like he's catching snowflakes.
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
Another clue? The feathers are mostly found resting on the tongue of the large stone frog. They look similar to these birds.
That's one big dragonfly.
Or one very small dragon.
More egg statues.
I don't get it. Why eggs?
Well, either they have some special significance, or the sculptor was just really lazy.
What do you mean?
An egg has got to be the easiest shape to make. It's so relaxing. I might just stay here.
Oh, shall I go finish the investigation on my own?
That'd be great. It's a two-person bench.
Now, what makes it a two-person bench specifically? It looks pretty standard to me.
It's so relaxing. I might just... That'd be great.
Trees. On a roof.
In a garden.
In a garden. On a roof.
It's so relaxing. I might just... That'd be...
Stone pillars, or what's left of them. Oh good, a bridge. I'm glad to know there's a way to get across that tiny, tiny pond.
Not all bridges are about getting across stuff.
I mean, they kind of are.
A little pond.
It looks really, really deep for some reason.
Yeah. Why are there broken bars?
See those metal bars around the edges too?
Oh yeah. What do you suppose they're for?
Nothing anymore. Looks like somebody broke them and then never bothered to fix it. More eggs.
I don't
Well,
get it.
artist
What do you mean?
An egg has got to be the easiest.
Stairs up to Fitz's room.
Why, though? So there are two doors into the garden, right? One from the fellow side and one from the pointer side. But they weren't built at the same level. Just seems kinda sloppy.
So this garden may have been built after the towers, then? That's not really relevant to the case, but okay.
It's so relaxing. I might just... That'd be...
The door into Poppy's room.
So only Poppy and Fitz can get into the garden?
I guess so. It's the door.
One of only two ways to get into the garden.
Oh yeah. It's the window into Fitz's bedroom.
You know, he's pretty lucky. I wish my bedroom window had a view this nice.
Careful, we're pretty high up.
Yeah, we're on a roof.
Careful, we're...
Yeah, we're on a roof.
Careful, we're...
Yeah, we're on a roof.
Okay, I think that's everything.
Trees.
In a garden.
In a garden. Trees.
In a garden.
In a garden. Ah, a little water.
It's making me sleepy.
Wonder how it's hooked up.
Giant stone frog?
Ah, he's got his tongue out.
Except those aren't snowflakes. They're feathers.
Okay, 4 clues left to find. Okay, let's get out of here. And let's investigate this. The attic.
It's a statue of a wolf, standing up straight, like a man.
You know, there's a name for that.
I know.
It's not quite as dusty as everything else up here. Also, it's not a statue. It's stuffed.
What?
Just dusty junk.
That's okay.
Just dusty junk. What is that?
Not sure. Some kind of reel?
Looks like it might attach to something.
A brass reel with a screw at the top. Coiled around the reel is a length of fine red rope.
Nothing catching my interest.
I'm sorry, is this spooky attic boring you?
Kinda. Where's that light coming from?
No, it's just daylight, I think. There's a decent gap between those floorboards. Is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is?
Uh-huh. I do believe that's what you think it is.
Is that what I think it is? Is that what I...
Okay.
Just dusty junk.
It's a jar. The head screws off.
Huh.
Someone painted out the window.
Do you think it was done recently?
No idea. Either way, it's pretty suspicious. At least the moths are kept well fed.
Murder from above, indeed.
What's in that little box? I bet it's bones. A skull, at least.
You know, maybe I won't open it.
Nothing catching my interest.
I'm sorry, is
Kinda.
Let's see, is there anything else?
Nothing catching my interest. Kinda. Nothing catching my interest. Kinda.
Sally, you don't have a dust allergy, do you?
No. Do you?
Let me put it this way.
Tush!
Just dusty junk. Just dusty junk. Just dusty junk.
Just dusty junk. Okay, I think that's everything.
Nothing catching.
sorry.
Kinda. Nothing catching my. Kinda. Where's that light coming from?
That's just daylight. There's a decent gap between...
There was some puzzle earlier that I couldn't solve. What was that? Let me look at her room again now.
Fifi's got something pinned up here.
What is all this? It's Detective Hawkshaw.
Looks like Professor Pointer.
Looks like Fitz. It's Poppy. That's actually a pretty good drawing. It's a drawing of Penny.
Is that
That's just the face. It does make you wonder, though.
That's gotta be Flora.
Okay, there. Them. What is the point of this image?
Is
Maybe. Did you ever try that?
Did you notice who isn't on here?
Freya?
Mm-hmm. And Fifi herself.
Okay.
There are weeds in
It's
there.
an aquarium?
Could be. Anymore.
What is that?
I think it's a family tree.
Oh.
Fiona Fellow. We met her. She's one of the suspects.
Okay, there's people here that aren't here.
Percival Pointer.
Professor Percival. We met him. He's one of the suspects.
Lord Pointer.
This goes back a couple of generations. Lady Pointer.
How do you become a lady? I want to be a lady. Poppy Pointer. We met her. She is one of the suspects. Penelope Pointer. We met her. She is one of the suspects. Pandora Pointer. I guess she doesn't live here anymore.
Buck Brackley. I guess he doesn't live here anymore. Selena Stonetop.
No family line. Apparently, she just appeared out of nowhere.
Felicia Fellow.
Freya's mother.
I guess she doesn't live here anymore.
Huh.
Lord Fellow.
Looks like he was married twice.
scandal. Damien Dusk. It's Freya's father. I guess he doesn't live here anymore.
Uh-huh.
Lady Fellow.
Do these people not have first names?
Flint Fellow. I guess he doesn't live here anymore. Felix Fellow.
We met him. He's one of the suspects.
You are Lady Ophelia.
Emily Everstone. I guess she doesn't live here anymore. Fitz Fellow.
We met him. He's one of the suspects.
Pretty. 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 Pretty.
I haven't seen that bird.
Lord Remington.
He sounds important. Lady
I
Remington.
think I have one of those in my bathroom.
Okay, there was this puzzle.
I'm still not sure about
right at the
Should we
beginning.
take another look?
Let's come back later.
Suspect
That's
statements.
all the statements collected. Let's run through them all to see if anything doesn't add up.
To see if anyone's been lying.
That too.
Fitz and I were up in the Moonlight Garden most of the afternoon. Then we heard this sound. Lasted about 3 seconds.
We thought it was coming from Flora's tower, so we went up there.
Her door was locked. Nobody was answering. So I made Fitz kick down the door.
Poppy and I went in. Freya was right there, laying on her back.
I left my tower and headed down towards the Grand Hall.
But in the hall, I spotted Uncle Pointer heading down the stairs. I vacated the library, but before I could begin my ascent, Professor Pointer appeared.
I didn't know what to do. So I ran downstairs to get Fifi.
I heard someone heading down the stairs, just outside my room.
Someone began banging on the door. I ignored it until the someone began shouting at me.
Eventually, she let me in.
I spotted Detective Hawkshaw coming out of the library.
He emerged from the Pointer staircase, crossed the hall, and begun up the Fellow staircase. As I was passing through the front door, Penelope called out from behind me. I inquired about the professor, and she told me he'd gone up the Fellow tower.
I told her what had happened. She didn't believe me. She got angry.
I thought she was playing a trick on me, so I punched her in the face.
I recognized Fiona's voice as well as the voice of my own daughter.
We left the room, and Poppy's father was waiting outside. He followed us upstairs.
I ran up the stairs, hoping to catch up with him, but Felix appeared and blocked my path.
Back in the hallway, I bumped into a very concerned-looking Penelope. She was heading up Fellow Tower to find Professor Pointer, so I escorted her.
Poppy left the room for a while. When she came back, she had her father with her, and Fifi too.
Felix and Penny arrived shortly after we did.
A moment later, we were gazing down on the body of poor Freya.
Then I took a sample of the red paint on the unfinished painting.
She took me down to the library. We were in there about 15 minutes.
I quickly decided that I should leave also. I took Penelope with me, and we both went back to our rooms in Pointer Tower.
I wanted to go back to my room, but I realized nobody had told Detective Hawkshaw anything.
An unremarkable hour passed before the gardener finally made his appearance.
I think she was annoyed about being made to wait outside so long. But when I told her about Freya, she fell silent.
That's disappointing.
What is?
All the statements line up with each other.
Yeah.
They don't just line up. Some of them even seem to specifically confirm each other. That's all the statements collected. Let's run through them all.
No, let's not, please. I can't click on anything. Now do I ask them questions? Actually, let me look at this now. So who? Felisa Fellow, mother. Damien Dusk, father. So both your parents are not in this house. That's odd.
Is that an envelope?
It's been open. Let's read it.
Isn't that an
No,
envelope?
definitely.
Combination is drawn on the other seat. Once you have it memorized, destroyed. I do not agree with your reasons. You will not find it down there.
Looks like someone tried to chop it down, but then gave up.
Can you blame them?
We are still missing some pieces of evidence.
Don't think it's locked. I'm pretty sure that's the rule, yeah.
Ba 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 ba. Am I missing something?
A door.
Oh, what's
A
behind?
room. Stairs.
No, I mean the egg.
Stairs. Finally, we get to it. Don't ruin this. Finally, don't ruin this.
Huh. It might be, yes, Nura. That's a good point.
Yeah, it's a.
There are weeds
It's
in
an
it.
aquarium?
Could be. Except anymore.
We've been everywhere. So I'm missing something. It doesn't seem like I can present evidence to anyone yet. Give me one moment. Let's go back to the crime scene.
The outline of Freya. There's a single. No real.
That's weird.
What?
Her feet were right up by the canvas.
So?
So she was probably standing really close to the canvas when she fell.
Let's check the case file again.
The attic's directly above us, right?
Yeah.
The attic's directly.
Yeah.
She's not gonna tell us anything.
Is there anything you'd like to tell us, Flora? I don't really know anything about you at all.
I think that's the way she...
Wait, what about that egg?
Is that an egg with bird feet?
It's also covered in gemstones. What a completely ordinary object.
Oh.
I think it's a container for something.
Those gems look like they come off.
Do. I do not see a pattern.
Nope.
Did you check the clue on the back of the egg? I'm pretty sure it explains where to put each of the gemstones.
It does? Egg. Okay. Hello, Ellie. Nice to see you. We are pretty far into Tangle Tower.
No, that was it.
Nice work. Did it unlock? What's in there?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Well, I'm not leaving without a clue. An empty egg is a clue, right?
I guess an empty egg is a clue. Once unlocked, the egg can be opened. It's currently empty. The lining of the egg is soft, velvet-like material. The egg is supported by a stand made of brass. It rests on 3 strange feet with pointed claws. Yes, hello, Ellie. Nice to see you. We still have 2 clues to find. It's been a very chill stream with no issues. I'm just thinking about what I haven't done yet in the game. Let's look at our... No, that's not that. I mean, look at the map. Da, da, da. What, the small ends in the large telescope or a microscope or something? Oh, maybe. Let me think. Da 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 da. Oh. Wait a minute. Hello there.
Hello.
Not hidden very well, is it?
Doesn't need to be. It's locked. It's a combination lock. Sort of.
Can't believe I missed that the first time. Rearrange the pieces of paper to find the combination for the box's padlock. Ba ba ba. Wah, wah. Ooh. This is interesting. Ba 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 ba. Wah 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 wah. And I think the last one would have to be...
I did it. What do I win?
Not bad. Anything in there?
Yeah, it's wrapped in a cloth. Hold on. Huh. That's kind of ominous.
PPF. It's a metal gardening trowel with a decorative pattern. It has a decorative pattern engraved onto it and letters either side of a heart. PPFF. So now, we're only missing one thing. Where could that be? Oh, wait a second. I was checking a guide real quick. Apparently, there's something I didn't know I could do. At least I think. Let's see.
Foregone drifter, holding fast. Days as shadow seeker past. Is it bravery or surrender? Accepting that your world will render nothing darker than the gloom. Some four walls make around a room.
Okay, I can ask each of them about the other people. This was something that I maybe should have figured out earlier in the game.
Feathers flashing in the light, from a sunbeam gleaming bright. I shield my eyes and turn my head, but all at once I've been misled. Light is shining on the stage, but through the railings of a cage.
Yes, gives up all the juicy gossip about everyone.
Eavesdrop what the stars are saying, earthly tether, slowly fraying, floating, helpless from the worst of jealous hunger, selfish thirst. Take a moment, kneel and meet the flowers growing at your feet.
Jealous? What?
Eavesdrop what the stars are saying, earthly tether, slowly fraying, floating, helpless from the worst of jealous hunger, selfish thirst.
Jealousy and selfishness.
With surging tide, the waves are thrown, an entity of all its own. But on its surface you may see, reflected in the waters be, the orchestrator, pale and still, pulling strings, enacting will.
I don't think we can sell.
Is that supposed to be Flora?
Possibly.
Oh, how nice.
Okay, I stand corrected.
So there are two families living in Tangle Tower?
Mm-hmm. 3 pointers and 5 fellows. 4 fellows.
What's the connection between them?
There isn't one. Not really. It was all built by the Remington family. Flora is a Remington, originally. So was Primrose, my mother. She married into the Pointers, and Flora married into the Fellows.
So the Fellows and the Pointers own the house now?
Flora owns the house. Depending on who you ask, that means her husband Felix owns it too.
What about your father?
His claim over the house kind of fell apart after my mother left.
Where's your mother now?
No idea.
I guess this is what we'll be doing for the next half hour or more.
Needless noise from tongues expel, unless within the mouth they dwell. The spoken word, unfit for dealing with the shifting form of feeling. stand unblinking in the face of taciturn and soundless space.
Taciturn and soundless space.
Hard of head, but free of mind, unimprisoned, unconfined. With starry eyes, she sees beyond, behind our walls, beneath our pond. A soul untied, it's hers, it's free. Was then, is now, will ever be. Between the lips a silver spoon, a story written all too soon. The chosen dwelling of her heart, unjustly chosen to depart. Lost her liberation lays in the center of a maze.
Wow. That tells me very much and very little.
Softly does the flower grow, all in time, and time is slow. Rest a seed within the earth, but do not rush its gentle birth. Hour by hour, day by day, tune your heart to nature's way.
Okay, there's a lot of clues I could ask her about, but there are specific ones I want to ask about.
I don't know what that is.
Weird, considering we found it hidden in your room.
Well, my room is full of junk. There's probably a bunch of stuff hidden in there. I don't mean like... Please stop talking to me.
This is a photo of Fifi and Freya, right?
Yeah,
How come you're not in it? You're friends with them too, aren't you?
I'm not really one for photographs.
Fifi looks like she really admires Freya.
Fifi's loyalty to Freya is unshakable.
Okay, tell me about
everybody
this.
sees something different.
Did Freya ever tell you what she saw in it?
Not exactly. She said something about it being from a recurring nightmare.
Sorry, but if it was from a nightmare, why would you paint it and leave it in front of your bed?
Maybe she wanted to take control of it. Giving something a physical form can make it easier to deal with. Well, sometimes. I think it's kind of cruel to keep 3 birds in one cage like that.
Does Penny not let them out to fly?
Oh, she does. She must do. But I don't think they're allowed to go far. Penny can be a little protective.
Okay, what about
I
these?
see a lot of birds up in the rooftop garden. They seem to really like it up there.
Why's that?
It's quiet.
Okay, tell me
Is
about
that
this.
a gardening trawl?
Yeah. I think it belongs to Fitz.
Really? Huh. Never seen him use it.
Okay. Secret
Is that
diary?
Fifi's diary? I'm sure I've seen it in her room before.
That's where we found it.
Have you ever read it? Do you know what's written in there?
Nope. I'm sure she wouldn't appreciate me invading her privacy.
I thought you and Fifi were close friends.
Yeah, we are. It's just Fifi's gotten kinda impatient with me recently.
Do you know why?
I'm not sure.
I'm sure she'd tell you if you asked.
Oh, she would. She'd give it to me straight.
Okay.
Probably why I've been avoiding it.
Does this belong to you, Poppy?
Now that's not really my style, is it?
But who else would own a tape like this?
Literally anybody? Those petals.
What about them?
It's nothing. They're just unusual.
Huh.
Never seen that one before. Was it in the greenhouse?
No. We found it in Penny's room.
Right. Yeah, it's mine.
What's so special about it?
I got it from my teacher. It's the first piece I ever learned.
How long have you been playing?
Since the day I turned 6. Family tradition. I was really excited to start learning. As soon as I got out of my first lesson, I told Freya and Fifi all about it. When I arrived at my second lesson the next day, Freya was there too. She hadn't asked permission, just showed up. For 2 whole years, the teacher taught us both.
Was Freya any good?
Huh.
She would have been even better than me, if she'd stuck with it. But one day, she just stopped coming to lessons.
Huh.
Why?
That's just it. There was no reason. That's when I realized things were different for her.
Huh?
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
Excuse me for one moment.
Should we ring the...
Why would we not? It's a little melody.
Da, 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 da.
This is mine.
Really?
No, well, yes, it was.
Hmm?
I gave it to Freya about a year ago.
What was on it?
Nothing. It was blank. Freya said she wanted to record something.
Any idea how it ended up underwater?
Maybe someone wanted to destroy it, but got really lazy.
Okay. Real
Where
thingy?
did you find this?
It was in the attic.
Oh, huh. I forgot we even had an attic.
You're not gonna tell me what it is?
What was inside?
Nothing.
Huh.
Do you know where those earmuffs came from?
I put them there.
Why?
I found them lying around. I think they belonged to Fitz. I put them on the statue so he'd see them. I thought they looked like headphones. Like he's in the recording studio with his guitar.
Hmm.
No?
If they do belong to Fitz, he hasn't taken them back yet. When did you find them?
This morning.
Where?
I don't know, in a hallway. Can't remember exactly.
I'm wondering if I should do a second stream of this, because all we have to do is just ask people stuff.
It was my mother's originally.
So, why is it up in Flora's room?
She just gets the most use out of it. Freya would borrow it too sometimes. Whose paints are those?
They belong to Felix, I think.
Da, da, da.
What do you make of this statue?
I know that's the only harp in the whole of Tangle Tower. I've never actually seen a real one.
Maybe it's from before your time.
Oh, definitely. You see how old this statue is?
What about the symbols? One of them looks like piano keys.
Yeah, weird. There's something I noticed about Freya's knife wound.
Yeah?
From what we could tell, the blade went in at an exact right angle, perpendicular to Freya's body. And there's only one small pool of blood. Nothing on Freya's hands, or anywhere else. The whole thing is just a little too peaceful. Did you find that in Fifi's room?
No? Should we have?
No, it's just... It looks like something she'd use, don't you think? Oh, you've been to the greenhouse? What did you think?
Impressive, I guess. But kind of unsettling with Fitz lurking in the shadows the whole
Da, da,
time.
da.
Yeah, he does that. Don't look at me. I didn't break it.
Does anybody else use the music room?
Yes. I
Huh?
don't know who, but I can tell when somebody else has touched the piano.
Interesting.
Don't you think that's weird? That the letter isn't addressed to anyone or signed by anyone?
Someone's being deliberately secretive.
Or they're trying to manipulate you. When I first saw it, I thought it looked like Flora was holding a knife with blood on the tip.
You don't think that anymore?
No, it was a stupid thing to say. The room was dark. I was in shock. I'm just an idiot.
But it was blood on the tip. If you hadn't said anything, maybe Fifi wouldn't have checked.
Exactly. It's stupid.
But we would have missed out on an important clue.
Is it a clue? Really?
I mean...
Tell me how it's a clue. Tell me how it helps. Nothing about the knife makes any sense. It's just freaking everyone out. Wish I'd never said anything. Freya would always load up the palette with all the exact colors she was gonna need. I think it helped her zone out and focus on the actual painting itself. Like getting all your sheet music lined up before playing a long piece.
Right. So the blob of black paint in the middle, that was for painting Flora?
Flora's dress, yeah. She wears even more black than I do. Why is the glass cracked down one side?
Natural wear and tear, maybe?
No way. Freya took good care of her stuff.
Okay.
Hey, that's me. Not a bad likeness.
It looks like you're standing in a rosebush.
Is there something wrong with that?
Ask her about Fritz, you...
That belongs to Flora, I think. You get some weird insects around here, but I've never seen one like that.
I think that
I'm not
might be
sure
the case,
anyone has.
Ophelia.
Freya might have. She used to keep beetles in a box in her room.
Why?
For fun, obviously.
Okay. Well, I don't think we can manage to cover everyone today. But maybe we can try and do 1 or 2 more people and pick this up next Wednesday. Pick this back up, I mean. So, chat, who do you think we should go interrogate next? Oh. Well, apparently, according to the hints in the game, I should talk to Wait. Is this gonna say a different person each time? Yes. Okay. So the game is just telling us we should go talk to people. Okay, yeah, let's go talk to Huxa.
Freya Fellow is of great interest to me. I perceived her to be the most intelligent individual here at Tangle Tower. Within a day, she had identified for whom I was working and for what I was searching. I didn't know how she did it. I was impressed. I regret that I did not question her more thoroughly when I had the opportunity.
You couldn't have known she was about to be killed, though.
I have only myself to blame for failing to perceive the signs.
What signs?
What signs?
I do not wish to do your job for you, Detective.
Oh, don't be an ass.
Did you get anything useful out of him?
Not sure. What about you?
Nothing worth committing to paper.
I think he knows more than he lets on.
Probably. But talking with him is so tedious. Professor Pointer is a respectable astronomer. Keeps himself to himself.
Okay.
What?
We're just surprised.
That was the most polite you've been about anyone.
Quite the stoic statue, isn't she? I can only dream of being as cold and indifferent as Flora Fellow.
You think she's hiding something?
Perhaps. She has some strange habits. I heard she barely sleeps, an hour here or there, sporadically. Spends the rest of her time staring up at the sky.
I'm gonna guess Professor Pointer hired you, Huxa.
Considerably intelligent, and her powers of observation are enviable. But she has no ambition. No focus.
In her defense, she's still a teenager.
Barely. I'll say this. He's well suited to physical labor.
That's a nice way to put it.
Fitz spends most of his time alone in the greenhouse. But I heard he's been breeding experimental flowers.
Experimental
in
flowers.
secret.
Whoa, scandal.
I just wonder if he's getting restless.
I feel like a lot of people in this house are restless.
Poppy has remarkable musical talent. She could be famous, wealthy even, if she wanted to.
She'd probably have to leave Tangle Tower first.
Quite.
It feels like most of the people here want to leave.
I find her rather embarrassing. Little more than a spoilt child.
Penny must be at least 25.
27. Just makes it worse.
Okay, that's all of them. What to ask her about?
I admit, it's powerful. Freya was a talented young woman.
Someone even liked it enough to take a photo of it.
Now, we don't know why they took the photograph, do we? Perhaps they just wanted it for reference. This is a potential murder weapon, is it not?
I don't know. I don't think the murderer would leave the murder weapon just lying around.
I think you'd be surprised as to what people leave lying around.
Da, ba, 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 ba.
And you consider that important evidence, do you?
Don't gotta be mean about it.
Do you also have a pile of leaves as a clue?
Oh,
Oh.
not yet. Did you see some suspicious leaves?
3 birds, 1 cage. What makes them worth keeping cooped up, I wonder? Would they not be happier flying free?
But then they might fly away from Tangle Tower entirely.
I wonder if they would.
A metaphor?
You got it open. I'm impressed. I managed it myself yesterday. I thought Flora might be hiding something in there.
It was empty yesterday, too.
It was. Perhaps it's always been empty. What is that?
I'm not sure. It looks like it attaches to something else.
Why don't you go back and double-check the area you found it? Maybe you'll find the rest of the something else.
I'm not so sure about that.
1 of 3 statues depicting the same creature. This one is wearing headphones. Perhaps they belong to someone who likes music.
They're not headphones. They're earmuffs. For blocking out sound.
Perhaps they belong to someone who doesn't like music. The people here are surprisingly materialistic, considering how sheltered they are.
Materialistic?
Growing this fruit simply because it produces a gemstone-like material. For what possible purpose, other than financial gain?
You're speculating.
What would you do, Grimoire, if you could grow valuable stone straight from the earth?
This belongs to you, Hawkshaw?
Correct.
And, what is it?
It's my handheld microscope for up-close investigation work.
What do you magnify with it?
Trace particles, dust, oils, clothing fibers.
Have you used it here at Tangle Tower?
I have. I used it to examine the greenhouse only 2 days ago.
What were you looking for?
That is between myself and my client. Where did you find this?
Do you have any theories about where this might have been?
Or who might have had it?
I have several theories, but they are my theories, and I'm not going to share them. These people really are ridiculous, aren't they? Who's that?
Not sure. It doesn't really look like anyone we've met so far.
Strange.
You know who it is.
A photograph of Freya. Could be important. Is that a clue?
Dunno. It was important enough to be framed, though.
I framed my law degree, doesn't make it a clue.
Same? Yeah?
Some breed of amphibious humanoid. Potentially bipedal. Although none of the statues show the creature's feet.
I guess we'll never know.
A diary. Have you read it?
Not yet. It's locked.
And you haven't attempted to force it open?
That would be cheating.
A book from the library. One of hundreds, no doubt. What makes this one special?
It's about birds.
Yes. I see that.
Yes, Ophelia, I'm liking Hawksaw too.
When did Freya draw the picture of you, Hawkshaw?
I didn't model for her, if that's what you're asking. She must have done it without my permission.
Could just be from memory. It's not quite as detailed as the others anyway.
These figurines remind me of a case I once solved involving a possessed doll. Turned out to be a bit of a smokescreen, as these things often do.
Your life sounds fun. Grimoire, why don't we ever have fun adventures like that?
Are we not having a fun adventure right at this very moment?
I'd tell him not to quit his day job, but he hasn't got one, has he?
Aw.
I believe that was in Flora's room yesterday, but it was not cracked when I saw it last. A somewhat cumbersome device, and an altogether inefficient way to listen to music.
What kind of music do you like, Hawkshaw?
I like anything.
What a cop-out.
Paints?
Yep.
Paints.
Paints.
The paint is still wet.
Yeah, well, we know Freya was in the middle of painting when she was killed.
Do you know that? How? Because you were told? Makes quite an impression, doesn't it? Although I can't imagine why she painted Flora wielding a knife.
You didn't see a knife anywhere in Flora's room, did you?
I did not. I conclude whatever stabbed Freya must have been brought into the room from outside. Unless, of course, it was the painting itself.
Surely you don't believe in that kind of thing.
The painting.
Detective's job is to examine every avenue of thinking.
The painting murderer!
Conveniently left anonymous. It's useless until you can prove to whom it concerns. Can you do that?
No.
No. Where'd you dig that up?
It wasn't buried. It was underwater.
Someone trying to conceal evidence, perhaps? Have you deciphered the meaning of those 4 symbols on the harp?
We're working on it.
That's a no, then. You truly consider this a case file?
What's wrong with it?
No organization, no system.
That's my style. I like seeing everything laid out at once. Yeah, it helps me think.
How quaint. Tangle Tower. No idea why they insist on calling it that. It's not even a tower. It's little more than a pair of turrets stuck on either side of a mansion.
Have you searched the whole place?
I believe so. Why?
He wants to know if you found any secret rooms.
Huh. I'm afraid the residents of Tangle Tower are far too ordinary for anything like that. I was disappointed
Ordinary?
too.
I think we should talk to maybe one more person and then maybe call it a stream. I'd hate to keep going and for Nura to miss the rest. Because I'm sure Nura needs to sleep soon. Well, you wanted to talk to Fifi or Hawk Sauce, so we're gonna talk to Fifi next.
Name, Hawkshaw. Age, unknown. Profession, private detective. Likes, quote, being left alone. Dislikes, quote, being constantly badgered by a weirdo nerd with a clipboard. Name, Percival Pointer. Age, 57. Profession, none.
I'm pretty sure he's an astronomer.
Oh, yes, of course. How uncharacteristically forgetful of me. Name, Flora Fellow. Age, 44. Profession, unknown. Likes, unknown. Dislikes, unknown.
Isn't she your mother? How do you not know anything?
I believe other people may have discovered methods of reaching her, but I have little capacity for interpreting nonverbal communication.
And how long has Flora been non-verbal?
She has always been quiet, willing to speak when necessary, but not more.
So what happened to make her stop talking entirely?
She suffered a great loss, something she has been unable to move beyond. Name, Felix Fellow. Age, 53. Profession, none. Likes, collecting objects of negligible monetary value and assigning them personal value. Dislikes, the inescapable realities of human existence. Notes, Felix is my father and legal guardian.
And, is he a good dad?
I have no point of comparison, but I would say no.
No?
No.
Why not?
You asked me a binary question. Do not get upset that I provided one of the 2 possible answers.
What makes him a bad father, Fifi?
He has trouble expressing his emotions, and something of a willful detachment from reality.
Huh. Just like you, then.
Grimoire.
No, he is quite correct. Name, Freya Fellow. Age, 19. Profession, artist. Deceased. Understand this. Most people find me difficult. They exhibit a noticeable degree of discomfort when talking to me. There it is. Freya, who had a way of being an exception to any given rule, was not at all like this. She is very important, and I will not rest until I understand what has happened to her.
Did you spend a lot of time with Freya recently?
I will say this.
Fifi
In
is
the past
sweet.
year, Freya became, 1, increasingly independent, and 2, increasingly isolated.
Do you know why?
I do not. If you are looking for a speculative, empathetic opinion, try asking Poppy instead.
The three of you are friends.
We are of a similar age, and all highly gifted. 1 scientist, 1 artist, and 1 musician.
Sounds like quite a team.
Name, Poppy Pointer. Age, 19. Profession, apparently Poppy has defaced my notes. Under profession, I had of course originally written pianist, but she has crossed that out and written the ghost of Christmas yet to come. Name, Penelope Pointer. Age, 27. Profession, ornithologist. Likes, birds. Dislikes, insects. Notes, Penelope is very beautiful. I have never had very much in common with her. Name, Fitzfellow. Age, 24. Profession, cryptobotanist. Likes soil,
Cryptobotanist.
dislikes electric lights.
Hang on. Cryptobotanist? I thought he was just a gardener.
That may well be his preferred label. Mine, however, is more accurate.
Do you and Fitz not see eye to eye, Fifi?
We do not.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. He's well over 6 foot and you've got to be just barely 5.
So what's your problem with him?
Exactly 1 week ago, I witnessed him sneaking up Pointer Tower. He was making every effort to avoid detection.
So?
He was also carrying a knife.
Are you sure it wasn't this?
It's a troll for gardening.
It is. Who is this her to whom the message refers?
Well, I don't know exactly.
Then how can I meaningfully evaluate this object? Next.
I need to ask Penny about this because we found this in her bedroom.
This photograph is my favorite photograph.
Aw.
So, why'd you rip it in half?
That was not me. Besides, it was not a half that was ripped off. It was only a third.
Who is that in the photo?
I'm quite sure that I have no idea.
Uh-huh.
An item from Poppy's childhood. Her earliest piano lessons hold some special significance for her.
Why's that?
No idea. She has never graced me with the details, and I am not forthcoming enough to ask.
You two are friends, right?
We are, yes.
But...
It is clear to me now that Poppy has become tired of my company.
Aw.
Is it anything to do with Freya?
Oh, no.
Well, actually, based on what I've gotten from Poppy, I don't think she's tired of hanging out with you.
The changes in Poppy's mood have nothing to do with Freya. Her concerns simply lie elsewhere.
Is she laughing?
This belongs to Poppy. In fact, she owns a number of cassette tapes.
What happened to it, though?
It has been left underwater for an extended period of time.
Right. But why?
I do not know why.
Oh, by the way, we found your diary.
My book.
And what's in it?
Pages. This photograph is my favorite photograph.
Wait a second.
So, what?
This photograph.
That's the book.
Do you know who was reading this book?
It belongs to my mother.
And she left it in the library?
No, my mother has not been in the library for some time.
Fifi, did you test the red paint in this pot?
Yes, I did. I discovered it too was blood, not paint.
What?
A whole pot full of blood?
Not a whole pot. It is only partially full.
Yeah, but still. Doesn't that freak you out?
No. In fact, it may be considered rather reassuring.
Okay, so that means the blood on the painting was not a blood splatter.
I am scared of birds.
Why?
It is an irrational fear. I have no
Or it
suitable
was
explanation.
planted.
Oh.
I believe Freya was attempting to communicate something through this painting.
Any idea what it was?
I am not the person to ask. All I see is a blood-red mountain with angry storm clouds brewing above it. As such, I cannot ascertain any meaning from it whatsoever. The statue itself does not interest me, but I do wish to know about those symbols on the harp. Have you deciphered their meaning yet?
We're working on it.
We are.
What's wrong?
Earmuffs do not go on statues.
I think I actually read an article about someone painting with blood a few years ago.
There is a drawing of me, a drawing of Detective Hawkshaw, and a drawing of Poppy and Fitz. Now this is interesting. Where did you find it?
In the astronomy tower.
And yet, it does not concern the field of astronomy.
Nope.
In
Nope.
fact, you could even say that entomology is the exact opposite of astronomy.
Yeah. You could.
I would not say that, however.
Oh. You wouldn't?
No, it would be quite naive. To study science in any field is to study the connections between all matter in the universe, living or inanimate. What a mess. Penelope should tidy up after herself.
These weren't dropped by Penny. They were dropped by birds. I think.
My argument stands.
Is this yours, Fifi?
I do not recognize it. And besides, I would have no use for such a thing. Perhaps it could be used to hang wet laundry?
Was that a joke?
Yes. That belongs to my mother. I think she must be fond of eggs. There are a number of egg-shaped carvings to be found in the garden and in the grand hall.
Huh.
Yeah, what's the deal with all the eggs?
Some people just like eggs.
Sure.
The fruit here has a unique chemical makeup. It makes them completely pointless. Unless you wish to cut it down and sell it as a precious stone.
It's not edible.
Depends.
On what?
On the structural integrity of your teeth. This belongs to Professor Pointer, does it not?
No, I don't think so.
Who else would own such a pointless little telescope?
It's a telescope.
Oh, yes. It has a telescopic lens. It can only be used for looking at things that are far away.
Wait. I thought Hawksaw told us this was a microscope or something.
Why did Poppy leave shards of glass all over this statue?
What makes you think it was Poppy?
The statue lives in the music room. Who else would it be? It is a model of Freya, made by my father.
A model of Flora, you mean?
And a man with a beard. And a little red and white creature.
Why would my father make a model of Freya? A wooden carving of my father, made by my father. Although, now that I look at it, I do not understand how he was able to paint the red parts without any red paint. The gramophone belongs to Poppy, but I believe she gave it to my mother, and my mother often loaned it to Freya. Or maybe it is the other way around.
When did it get cracked?
I cannot pinpoint it exactly. All I know is that it must have happened sometime in the last 2 days. The red paint on the brush is not paint. It is blood. Same for the palette.
So Freya added the blood to the painting herself?
Or blood got on the brush and palette some other way?
do not know the answer. Freya is normally highly skilled at capturing someone's likeness, but in this painting, she has accidentally made Flora look quite young.
I think she was just being kind.
Why is that kind? Anyway, I'm far more interested in what Flora is holding. I performed the test on the red paint myself. I discovered that it was in fact not paint, but blood.
What made you want to test it in the first place?
It was Poppy. She told me she thought the painting looked like a bloody knife. I told her not to be ridiculous. My mother owns no such knife. But then I noticed that the color was slightly too dark, and the substance itself was overly viscous.
You noticed that just from looking at it once?
Of course. Curious. I require facts. What do you know?
Well, we know Freya was stabbed with a knife, and then she fell—
Correction. She was stabbed with something. There was no knife found at the crime scene.
Apart from the one in the painting.
Which, as a mere abstract representation, does not count. Nobody has ever been stabbed by the concept of a knife. What is your opinion of Tangle Tower?
Oh, it's impressive. Elaborate gardens, unique architecture.
Must be worth a fortune.
Why do you ask, Fifi?
I am the heir of the Fellow family and the Remington family. This makes me the sole beneficiary of Tangle Tower.
Oh.
That's quite an inheritance.
They can't make you do anything, Fifi. If you don't want the house, just tell them. Or just sell it. Who cares?
You sound like her.
Huh? Is that what Freya told you? Second. Oh, I forgot about this one.
Flower. It reminds me of something, but I cannot say what.
I'm still missing a piece of evidence. What am I missing?
Name, Fitzfellow. Age, 24. Profession, cryptobotanist. Likes soil, dislikes electric lights.
Hang on. Cryptobotanist? I thought he was just a gardener.
That may well be his preferred label. Mine, however, is more accurate.
Do you and Fitz not see eye to eye, Fifi?
We do not.
Well, I wouldn't have thought so. He's well over 6 foot and you've got to be just barely 5.
So, what's your problem with him?
Exactly 1 week ago, I witnessed him sneaking up Pointer Tower. He was making every effort to avoid detection.
So?
It might be right,
He was
Ophelia.
also carrying a knife.
Okay, let me ask about this again.
A book. My book.
And what's in it?
Pages.
Fifi, did you test the red paint in this pot?
Yes, I did. I discovered it too was blood, not paint.
A whole pot full of blood?
Not a whole pot. It is only partially full.
Yeah, but still. Doesn't that freak you out?
No. In fact, it may be considered rather reassuring.
Do you know who was reading this book?
It belongs to my mother.
And she left it in the library?
No, my mother has not been in the library for some time.
There's something about that diary we found in Fifi's
Ah.
room. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
Okay, now we got her.
Is this your diary, Fifi? We found it in your bedroom.
That's definitely not her
Of course
diary.
it is mine. Ridiculous question.
Why is it locked up like that?
You seriously require an explanation. Very well. A fairly common concept, the so-called secret diary, is favored in particular by girls between the ages of 10 and...
So, there are secrets written in here?
This particular diary is unused.
It doesn't look unused.
It's somebody else's.
Somebody else's diary.
How could you arrive at that conclusion? It is kept in my bedroom. It is mine.
We need a clue to compare with the diary. Something to prove who the original owner was.
Alright, gotcha.
Let's take a closer look at this. This blue book is the same thing as the secret diary, which proves it belonged to Freya.
You were hiding Freya's diary in your room, and you kept it locked, too.
Why would I do either of these things?
Well, based on what Ophelia said earlier about you protecting your friend's sensibilities, you didn't want anyone to see Freya's personal secrets.
Fifi didn't want anyone to see personal secrets within Freya's diary.
Is this true, Fifi?
I know Freya was your friend, but if you're trying to hide something...
You did not know Freya, so this might be difficult to understand. She did her own thing, in her own way. By concealing Freya's written accounts, it is simply my intention to preserve her innocence.
Innocence?
Might be easier if you just let us read the diary, Fifi.
Very well. I will open it. However, as you read it, please remember, Freya was the most kind and the most wise person I have ever known.
Alright, Fifi unlocked the diary.
Finally. What's in there?
It's back in the flesh this time. Was it me? Did I let it out? Maybe I should rip up that painting. Soul Bearer works. Impressive little thing. I have 2 now. Need 2 more. Found my way into the middle. Surprisingly simple. Compared to the harp, I saw them. All 5. Eyes blacked out. Despite everything, I still have a promise to keep. I'll do my best. See could do with a little company. That is incredibly cryptic. Are you still there, by the way, Nura? I don't think you would have wandered off without saying goodbye. I think we could... I know you probably need to go to bed soon. We should ask one more person stuff before we call it a stream. Oh, you're DMing right now. Sorry. Oh, I forgot you have tomorrow off. Okay. Well, if you're not going anywhere, I guess I'll keep going for a bit. Okay, Ophelia, we're gonna ask Fritz.
Poppy and I are friends.
Oh, I can buy that. Dark clothes, blue hair, an average of 3 words per sentence. Oh, you're like 2 peas in a pod.
She's very kind, and she has an interest in plants. Unusual flowers, mostly. I've been teaching her.
Right.
Is something wrong?
I don't know how you could possibly DM a game while listening to something at the same time. That takes a lot of mental power.
Fifi doesn't like me.
What did you do?
I'm not sure. If you find out, maybe you can let me know.
Text game. Okay.
Penelope is my fiancée.
Don't take this the wrong way, but Penny doesn't really strike me as your type.
She's not who she pretends to be. People think she's... well, they make assumptions.
And how's the relationship doing recently?
Uh-huh.
Good. It's good.
Uh-huh. That doesn't sound so sure to me.
She was always kind to me. She'd come into the greenhouse when I was working, Sometimes by herself, sometimes with Poppy. I think they were just bored at first. Eventually, they started asking questions.
About what?
Poppy wanted to learn about flowers. Freya, she used to ask me about the insects.
Insects?
One of my jobs is to protect plants from things that might eat them. Freya brought me this little glass box, leaves and twigs inside. She'd say, put all the troublemakers in there. Every day I'd put a handful of beetles and other things in the box. Then she'd come along and take it away. I didn't really understand her, but she was always kind.
Okay, tell us about Felix.
Felix is a contradiction. His loyalties are placed firmly within the realm of materialism, money, property. But his ego relies on an entirely fraudulent self-image, don't you think?
I was just about to say the same thing.
Ophelia, what do you think about Fitz?
I imagine you don't visit the astronomy tower too often, do you?
I'd like to know.
No, but I still see Pointer, sometimes. He's always curious about what I'm growing in the greenhouse. Asks me about the birds, too, and insects. He's pretty clued up on his evolutionary biology.
I didn't think there was much overlap between astronomy and biology.
She questioned me.
About what?
My work, the plants, bit of everything.
Did she search the greenhouse?
No, she didn't.
You sure? Maybe she did it when you weren't in there.
No, she hasn't touched it.
How can you tell?
Trust me. I can tell.
There's something suspicious going on with him.
I like Flora. I hope she's all right.
Do you think she had anything to do with the murder?
There's no way. She wouldn't willingly cause any additional suffering for anyone.
Okay, that's all the suspects. Tell me about this.
This is yours, Fitz?
Yeah,
Do you use it?
I keep all my tools in the greenhouse.
That wasn't what she asked.
It's an egg with feet.
It was locked, but we opened it, but it was empty.
Fun story.
Huh.
It's an egg with feet.
It was locked, but we opened it, but it was empty.
Fun story. I don't know what that is.
Me neither.
Me 3. Oh, sorry. I thought you said me too.
Wait, those are mine, the earmuffs. They went missing about a week ago.
What do you need earmuffs for?
I use them for gardening sometimes.
Why? You don't own a chainsaw, do you?
No. I wear them while I'm gardening, and it stops people from trying to talk to me.
That's genius.
We found these up in the rooftop garden. Do you know how long they've been there?
No, it could have been a long time. We don't ever really clear up the rooftop garden.
Why not?
Nature is unruly. In truth, it prefers to be left alone. This is a good example of how things work. I mix that soil here in the greenhouse. It's made with water from the lake.
And it makes the fruit grow all shiny and gemstony?
Sometimes. You never really know what's going to happen.
And what do you do with this shiny and edible fruit?
You look at it.
Uh-huh.
You ever seen this before, Fitz?
No, but I don't normally go into Fifi's room.
That's not where we found it.
Oh, I just thought it looks like it belongs to her. I've seen beetles with brightly colored shells, metallic shells even. They're relatively common, especially around here. There's a difference between that and actual gold.
It can't be actual gold. Gold is just inside the earth or whatever. You can't make it. That's called alchemy. It was a whole thing.
Those petals, they,
What?
they're red.
Uh-huh. You're the second person. Or third. No, you're actually just the second person to point out the petals.
A flower.
Yeah, it's a flower. We found it in Penny's room.
Okay.
Mean anything to you?
Why would it?
Come on.
I don't really go into Penny's room or anywhere in Pointer Tower. I just don't have a reason to. Penelope knows about birds. You should ask her instead.
Actually, I wanted to ask you about something. There's a plant mentioned on this page, see? Do you have any? In the greenhouse?
No, I don't grow that anymore. I've tried, in the past. It's incredibly difficult, even for me. I could never get it to live more than a couple of weeks.
Fitz, one of these drawings is of you? In the rooftop garden, I think? With Poppy.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Are we done?
Like,
It's Fifi and Freya.
Don't you think Poppy should be in the photo too?
Maybe, maybe not. She doesn't really like crowds.
2 people isn't a crowd.
Right, but if she was in the photo, then it'd be 3.
Checkmate.
Any idea who this is?
No idea. Penelope's 3 favorite birds. She's very protective over them.
Are they, like, her pets? Do they have names?
Oh, they have names. Penelope loves to name things.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what she named them?
I do not. What's with the broken glass? Poppy's piano music. I remember when she started learning. She's improved a lot since then.
Yeah, that's generally how it works.
Right. Of course. Looks like someone doesn't want you to read that book.
That's the main thing making me want to read it.
Freya's best work, in my opinion. Although, the photo doesn't carry the same energy as the real thing.
What do you think it's a painting of?
What do you mean?
Like, what's the subject matter? What's that big red thing?
Oh, I don't think it's that kind of painting.
Huh?
That's quite sweet, really. Felix made that? Huh. That looks like it might belong to Poppy. That belongs to Poppy.
So, why is it up in Flora's tower?
I'm not sure. Paints are different to flowers.
I'd say so, yeah.
At any time, flowers can bloom with perfect, faultless colors. Red, blue, white. With paint, once you've tainted a color by mixing it with others, not even the most skilled painter can return it to its pure form. There's something off about this.
What is it?
Why don't you take another look at Flora's room?
You think we missed a clue up there?
Not exactly.
Huh.
What do you think that is in Flora's hand?
I don't know. It does look like a knife, but Flora wasn't holding anything at all when I saw her, after the murder. But there's something bothering me. Something else.
What?
When we went into Flora's room, she wasn't standing in this position.
Well, she probably would have moved around a little bit by then.
She wasn't standing at all. She was kneeling on the floor. How odd. That looks like it might belong to Poppy. It's of no interest to me, but I overheard Poppy and Freya talking about it once.
Oh?
What were they saying?
They were arguing about something, but I can't remember the details.
Freya and Poppy were arguing about something in relation to that statue.
Who gave you that information?
Well...
We don't actually know who it was. We were contacted anonymously.
I see. And what happens if the person who contacted you turns out to be the murderer?
I never thought about that.
Honestly, that would be kind of fun. Like a twist, you know?
Nice painting. Gives you a pretty good idea of the layout.
The lake looks like it forms a perfect circle around the island.
It might seem strange to you, but nature is quite capable of producing perfectly geometric forms.
And those mountain cliff things around the outside?
We don't know much about them. They're unscalable. Not even Freya could have gone up there.
What's that?
This painting, it's speculative. There are no photographs from this angle as far as I know.
So Freya just made it up.
Let's call it an informed estimation.
There's something about Hawkshaw's handheld microscope. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
Yeah, the fact that, according to Fifi, it looks like a telescope.
This little microscope thing, you said you used it to search the greenhouse.
And this would make perfect sense, if you knew what my client had asked me to find. Of course, I still have no intention of disclosing that information.
You're such a tease, Hawkshaw. Don't worry, we already worked out what you're searching for.
Have we? I'm guessing the beetle.
You're not as hopeless as you look.
Thanks.
So, that's what you were looking for in the greenhouse? This beetle?
Surely even you can understand the logic of it. The greenhouse is home to a great many insects. The gardener could have easily kept the beetle hidden in there.
Well, Fitz said you questioned him, but didn't actually search the greenhouse.
He is not exactly the type to appreciate subtlety. He simply didn't notice that I was using my microscope.
What do you reckon, Grimoire?
I know for a fact she didn't use the microscope in the greenhouse. It's not a microscope at all.
All of a sudden, Detective Grimoire is some kind of expert on microscopes.
Telescopic lens.
The handheld microscope, according to Fifi, uses a telescopic lens, so Hawkshaw lied about it. I'm inclined to believe Fifi when it comes to stuff like this.
Hawkshaw, why did you lie about owning a telescope?
When you were a child, what did you aspire to become?
A detective? Naturally.
Emperor of the Galaxy?
I wanted to be an astronomer.
Really?
I harbored a desire to understand the secrets of the wider universe. A fool's errand, to be sure, but a seductive one. At 15, I decided instead to apply my intelligence to the world around me. And so, I became a detective. But the yearning for elusive knowledge is a powerful force. I tried to keep it with me.
Sorry, but we're way off track. What's the deal with the little telescope?
A memento from my childhood. Little more than a toy.
Why did you bring it with you?
When I discovered that it was Professor Pointer who had hired me, I dared to consider
knew it.
something of a planetary alignment. I had hoped he might sign my telescope. An extremely childish indulgence, I admit.
I never would have guessed.
Hold on. You're admitting you didn't use it in the greenhouse then?
Correct. As it happens, I have no need to search the greenhouse to such a degree. Professor Pointer doesn't consider the gardener a suspect in our theft investigation.
So, who is your suspect?
Things have become complicated. My lead suspect is your murder victim.
Ah. Ho ho ho.
A giant...
AKA a greenhouse.
The plot thickens. I don't have anything to ask him yet. Sunday, hello, nice to see you. We are deep into a murder investigation. Right now, we are confronting our suspects with all the clues we have. I believe we should go talk to Mr. Felix. Tell us about your daughter.
My daughter Fiona, our little burgeoning genius. You've met her?
We did. She's going by Fifi these days.
So I've heard. I asked her some weeks ago, what's wrong with your real name? She told me, get this, she wanted a name with an even number of syllables. She makes up the strangest things when she's under pressure.
What makes you think she made that up?
I happen to know the real reason she prefers Fifi over Fiona.
Oh, yeah?
It's what Freya called her. Uncommonly skilled as an artist, but Freya was so much more than her talent. She helped me get started with my own painting, you know. It taught me what she knew about wood carving, too. Tremendous patience. She was ever so good with dear Flora.
Freya and Flora were close?
Oh, yes, especially
I already knew that.
Especially recently.
How are you related to Freya?
Somewhat distantly, as it happens. My father, Lord Fellow, was her grandfather. Technically, that makes her a fellow. Let's just say there was some discussion over whether she ought to carry the name at all.
Yes, I love the art in
There's a family
this.
tree in the Grand Hall. You should take a look at it.
What about her inheritance?
Freya's parents died when she was around 3 years old.
Oh, her parents died. Okay.
She came to live here shortly afterwards.
Nobody left her a thing?
I'm afraid not. She had no formal claim over anything at Tangle Tower.
Huh.
Dearest Flora, a remarkable woman. Oh, yes. Been married over 20 years now.
You two still get on?
Of course. What a question.
She hasn't gone quiet on you.
It's true she has an independent streak. She's had it her whole life. She's the youngest of 3. Always something of a lone wolf, you know? Just the way she is.
Lone wolf is putting it lightly. She doesn't seem to want to talk to anyone.
She just likes time to herself, away from the company of other humans.
Other humans?
Well, yes, other people, you know.
Yes, yes, Sunday. Freya is the person who was murdered.
Quite the character, eh? A fellow member of the Order of the Crimson Cloak.
Is that a real thing?
No, I just meant because we both wear, you know, red capes of a sort.
Has she questioned you yet?
If you call that questioning, she seemed bored by everything I had to say.
Oh.
I heard on the grapevine. Supposedly Hawkshaw is searching for some rare item. Something
Maybe.
called the Golden Beetle. Honestly, it's probably a bunch of sensationalist rubbish.
You reckon?
Quite sure. There is no treasure called the Golden Beetle.
How do you know?
Because I would have heard of it.
Oh, you're saying Philip killed Freya's parents. Okay, gotcha.
Percival Pointer. Good old... So, what do you reckon? Is he the murderer?
I don't know, maybe. We still need...
That is not information we're willing to share at this time.
I'm just saying, keep an eye on him. Holds on to a lot of bitterness, does old Pointer. Just because he's always struggled to support his family. Slightly pathetic, really.
And how long have you known him?
Over 35 years.
Childhood friends? Rivals?
Don't know if I'd do him the honor of considering him my rival. Fitz? I don't trust him. He's slippery. Never commits to anything. Brain like an onion.
An onion?
Did you two have an argument?
No, but my daughter doesn't like him at all. And I trust Fiona's judgment entirely. She's a very vigilant young woman. Penelope seems to have really settled into a groove. She struggled a bit when she was younger, always a little estranged.
How come?
Well, she was mostly raised by her uncle, and he really only makes time for his own daughter. Now, of course, she's bringing the two families together through her marriage. It's a nice gesture, heartfelt. but futile.
Okay.
Poppy's a good friend to my daughter. Always has been. I think they get on well because they're so different.
Different, like how?
Poppy is, she's quite introspective, good with feelings. Fiona, not so much. Still, Poppy always seems to be sulking about something.
The heavy, heavy price of emotional intelligence.
Okay. All these clues. We're gonna start by asking you about the paint.
Looks like Freya's paints.
Do you know why the pots are cracked down one side?
No, that's very odd. They're normally in excellent condition.
Mm-hmm.
You seem pretty sure about that.
Tell me about these painted models in your room.
I've been carving for a couple of years now. I was hopeless when I started, but it didn't take me long to master it, as you can see.
Do you paint them yourself too?
I do indeed. Freya kindly taught me the basics. Nowadays, I can make just about anything I can imagine. Of course, this particular model is a self-portrait based on hard fact.
Hard fact, huh? So, you own a sword, Felix?
Of course. I own a great many. But my weapons are stored well away from Tangle Tower. Safety first and all that. You found it. What do you think, huh? I had to rush the final touches a little bit. It turned out all right, though.
What's it supposed to be?
It's Flora, of course, surrounded by all her favorite people.
The bird is her favorite people?
That's one of Freya's paintings, is it not? It's impressive, but a little miserable for my tastes. It's unlike her to leave paint on the brush.
I think we'll give her a pass, given the circumstances.
Ah, yes, so we shall. It would have been a beautiful painting. It's rather a shame Freya was unable to finish it.
Nothing about it seems strange to you.
Well, all these modern paintings are slightly strange, aren't they? The emotion of the piece taking over from, say, anatomical accuracy.
What about the knife in Flora's hand?
A knife? That's what you see?
You don't?
Well, as I was saying, Freya's artistic approach distorts certain shapes. Hard to say exactly what we're looking at.
Interesting.
Why would someone lock up a book like that?
We think it's a secret diary.
Aha! Teenagers are funny, aren't they? My daughter Fiona and her best friend. They grow up so fast.
Do you know why it's ripped like that?
Ah, yes. I didn't even notice. No idea. Oh, dear.
Do you know who this is?
Not a clue.
We already know who it is. It's Poppy.
Freya was quite the talent. She had a way of capturing the spirits of her subjects.
I was thinking that too, Ophelia.
In an evil way, in a good way. Where did you find that?
It was in the library.
Really? How odd.
Actually, go back.
Where did you find that?
Yeah, look at that, nut. Look at the bird's feather here. It has a tip. We haven't seen this bird in person, but we know it's red and white.
I'm as confused as you are. That looks like it might belong to Poppy. Rather ugly, isn't it, as far as statues go? Years of wind and rain have not been kind to it either.
Do you know what it is? The creature, I mean.
It's connected to the Remington family history in some way, but I can't recall. What's this?
It's my case file. It's how I know what I'm supposed to be doing.
You mean to say you're bound by the limits of what's written in this little document? Sounds dreadful.
I found it comforting.
Charming, isn't it? Yes. Built by the Remington family originally. Dear Flora's father and his associates.
But now it's owned by you? By the Fellow family?
The Fellows and the Pointers have both come to claim a certain degree of ownership.
And who named it Tangle Tower?
Flora chose the name.
What does it mean?
I think it was her intention that it mean nothing at all. Something of a fresh start.
From what?
This really isn't for me to say, but she had some kind of disagreement with her siblings. After they moved away, Flora changed the name of the house. I think perhaps she hoped it would make them feel unwelcome, yes, less likely to come back.
That's kind of extreme.
Yes, it is rather, isn't it? That looks like it might belong to Poppy. Flora's quite fond of that old thing. It's in poor shape, though.
Do you know what happened to it?
Can't say I do. What's this all about? Some kind of rare jewel?
I'm pretty sure the research is about a real insect.
If it's made of gold, then it's made of gold. Goodness me! That looks like it might belong to Fitz. I've never seen that before. Looks valuable.
Does Florin normally keep something in here?
A trowel looks valuable to you?
She must do, but I admit I've never managed to work out what.
Why not just ask her?
I feel like if somebody keeps something locked away in a ceramic egg, it's because they don't want to be asked about it.
Rules to live by.
Okay.
What is it?
We don't know. We were really hoping you would.
My friends, shed your hope and let it fall free like sandbags from a hot air balloon.
That's
Ooh.
the most depressing idiom I've ever heard.
That's a good idiom. Shed your hope and let it fall free.
Bizarre things, aren't they? Penelope seems rather attached to them.
Do you not feel sorry for them in that little cage?
Come now, I'm sure they could leave if they really wanted to. Is that a clue? Really?
It might be.
Yes, they're all clues.
I've never been one for music. Why not ask Poppy instead? Now this is still in very good condition. Apart from the crack, of course.
What about those shards on the inside of the horn?
Looks like somebody broke a glass and was trying to conceal the evidence. Cunning. Why don't you ask Fiona about that one? Looks like her area of expertise. That looks like it might belong to Fitz.
The statue was up in the rooftop garden.
Yes, it's been there a while. You can see the brass is slightly tarnished by the elements, but it's not too bad. Might be salvageable.
There's something about Felix's painting supplies. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
There's something about the image of Flora in the painting. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
Later.
So, about this paint we found in your room.
Nothing suspicious about it. I used it to paint, obviously. Totally normal thing to do.
We never said it was suspicious.
Come on then, out with it. What exactly are you accusing me
Uh
of?
-huh. I think it's not your paint pot.
It's not your paint pot. Did you take it from somewhere else?
What on earth? It's definitely mine. I even have proof. Look, the lid matches the ones on all my other paint pots. End of discussion.
That's not the end of the discussion.
We need a clue to compare with Felix's red paint. Something to prove who it actually belongs to. Let's take a closer look at this.
Freya's red paint pot was stolen and replaced with no, wait, was somehow no, was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it. You can see all of his paint pots, no, all of her paint pots have circular lids. No. Okay, well, I'm getting my words mixed up. They all have an oval label on them, while this one has a rectangular label. Yes, you got me, Ophelia.
Freya's red paint pot was stolen and replaced with Felix's red paint pot, but the lids were swapped to hide it.
That red paint is from Freya's supplies, not yours. Swapping the lids doesn't hide what you did.
Why are you bothering me about paint anyway? And none of this is connected to your murder.
Oh, that's where you would be wrong. This red paint pot had been empty of all its red paint. No, wait. No. This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood before Freya used it to paint Flora.
This red paint pot was somehow filled with blood before Freya used it to paint Flora.
Oh, that's definitely something.
Yes.
Right. Fine. Here's the story. I was busy working on a project when I suddenly realized I had run out of red paint. There was a certain amount of time pressure, so I politely asked Freya if I could borrow hers. Just for a little while, you know, perfectly reasonable request.
But she said no.
I tried to explain why I needed it, but she didn't seem to care. So, well, I took Freya's red paint pot and swapped it with my own empty one.
You went into her room?
Not my proudest moment, but it's just paint. I didn't touch anything else.
And the paint pot you left behind was definitely empty?
Quite. I have absolutely no idea how it got blood in it, if that's what you're asking.
Why were you in such a hurry to get a hold of red paint anyway?
I was trying to finish this in time for Flora's birthday. I needed red to paint the final details.
Could you not have just used a different color?
Out of the question. It had to be red and white.
If you managed to finish it, why haven't you given it to Flora yet?
Well, I decided against it in the end. After what happened, seemed a bit insensitive.
I don't know, Ophelia. Felix seems like a nice enough guy to me. But now, we have a symbol here. You, Miss Silent. We have something to ask you about.
Flora, this is your egg? Why do you keep it locked?
Is there supposed to be something in there, or is it always empty?
Okay, let's see if she's silent for every single clue.
Do you know what this is?
Guess not.
Do you recognize any of these feathers?
How helpful.
Do you know anything about this beetle?
She's been silent for some time.
Do you know anything about these birds? Or birds in general? Have you seen this book before? Do you know who it belongs to?
A smallest chance that she'll say something. Ah,
I really thought she was going to say something there.
yeah, she reacted.
Did you ask Freya to paint this? Or was it her idea?
What is that you're holding in the painting, Flora? Some people have been saying it's a knife.
This is a photo of Fifi, isn't it? Your daughter? You haven't seen this yet, have you?
It's a little model of you. Who were the other people next to you?
Hair goals indeed.
Is this your gramophone?
Do you know why it's cracked?
What do you think of your husband's hobby?
Do you have any hobbies?
Okay, I've asked you about all that. I'm probably gonna get no response for any of these.
You know the guy in the other tower? Weird astronomy professor guy?
Can you see him from your window? Can he see you? We spoke to Hawkshaw. I assume she didn't get anything out of you either. I bet that really ticked her off.
Were you close with Freya? How are you two related?
I mean, we know how they're related.
Did you kill Freya?
Grimoire!
What? I don't even think she's listening.
Oh, she's listening.
Do you and Fitz have anything to do with each other? Other than your initials?
Yeah, she's very helpful.
We spoke to your daughter, Fifi. She's some kind of super intelligent scientist. You must be proud of her.
Do you and Poppy get along?
Nothing. Shocker. Grimoire, what could you possibly be writing down?
Oh no, I gave up making notes ages ago. Now I'm just doodling in the margins.
Nice.
What do you know about Penny?
I can't really imagine those two being friends, to be honest.
You never know. You know the guy in the other
Oh wait, I
tower?
already asked about this.
We met Felix, your husband. He's one of our suspects, and he seems pretty suspicious if you ask me. So, if you want to stick up for him, now's your chance.
Nice try.
Okay.
So, this painting, specifically that knife in Flora's hand.
Yeah, it's creepy. But we didn't find a knife anywhere in the room. So, what's going on?
We know. We figured out with chat that this was not a knife.
It's not a knife. We need a clue to compare with the painting. Something to explain what that knife shape actually is.
Wait, yeah. That is the bird's tail feather.
Let's take a closer look at this.
The painted knife is actually just
This is a knife.
a feather from an ink-tip bird.
The painted knife is actually just a feather from an ink-dip bird.
It's definitely the right shape, but the book's not in color. The thing Flora's holding in the painting is red and white, specifically. Is there anything to suggest that the ink-dip bird is red and white too?
Yes, there is.
This little thing? I don't understand why Felix would make a model of this bird as part of a gift for Flora. And come to think of it, why would Flora be holding a feather in the painting anyway?
The ink dip bird was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
The ink dip bird was Flora's pet, so she kept a single feather to remember it by.
She kept the bird as a pet, and it died?
Maybe. Maybe it flew away.
Flora spends all her time staring out the window.
Either way, she kept the feather. I think it was pretty important to her.
All right. So she was holding the feather while Freya was painting her. But where is it now? You'd think she'd keep it somewhere close by.
Yeah, I think she does. Normally. This is where Flora usually keeps her feather.
The egg. It has to be the egg.
But we opened it. It's empty.
Mm-hmm. Completely empty. Flora? She's pointing at something in the corner of the room.
It's just a pile of books. They're not... Wait. There's something tucked inside this one.
Oh? Drawings of Flora and a small bird. There is a handwritten message on the back. These are for you. Love, Freya. And that is our last clue.
These drawings are quite precious. I'm surprised Flora let you see them.
What happened to the bird? Did it die?
I don't know.
You don't
Seems
know?
likely, though, doesn't it?
Yes, only testimonies remain. I gotta go back and ask the people we've talked to about this drawing. Oh, I can't. Wait, okay, there we go.
Freya drew these,
Yeah, I think so. There's a note on the back.
but she never showed them to me.
Well, I
Interesting.
think it was a gift for your mother. Like a private thing between Freya and Flora.
Does Flora still own that bird? Do you know?
Don't think so. The drawings are from a few years ago.
I see.
See, we've talked to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people fully. So that means we only have 2 people to interrogate.
Did Freya draw these?
Yeah. There's a note on the back, too.
She was even closer to Flora than I realized.
Well, earlier I had been thinking about cutting this stream off and finishing it next week, but I think we're just gonna try and finish this game today.
How sweet.
So, that just leaves the 2 of them. I think we're gonna go talk to Bird Lady first. She's very fabulous.
Oh, she's beautiful. Who is she? Wait, is that me? Oh, did you talk to Poppy already?
Yeah, a little bit.
And did you make any notes of what she told you?
Yeah, I did.
Lovely. Burn them. It'll all be lies.
Oh.
Why would Poppy lie to us?
Because that's what she does. She's a snake. Looks like one, too.
Don't you think you're being a little unfair, Penny?
She started it. Can't say I've ever taken an interest in Uncle's astronomy. On occasion, I've dared to visit him in his tower, but I always regret it. It's all just a little too abstract for me.
What do you mean?
Oh, did you know the sun is apparently over 400,000 miles wide? Okay, so what should I do with that information? How does it help me?
Don't look at me. You're the one who memorized it.
That's a fair point.
Isn't he strapping?
He is big.
And so brooding.
Kinda sulky, yeah.
I can never tell what's going on in that beautiful head of his.
It just sounds like you don't know him very well.
I don't remember asking for your input.
But he's your fiance.
She mostly ignores me, if I'm honest.
How come?
Well, we're not quite on the same intellectual level.
Oh. You don't need to.
No. It's quite all right. I'm comfortable with it.
Oh.
A fellow bird enthusiast. She's quite the expert, truth be told. Studied them professionally at one point. I think her father taught her.
Are you friends with Flora?
A little bit.
A little
bit. A little bit friends.
She's one for the peace and quiet. I dare say I'm a little too loud for her.
I can see that.
I do admire her, though, really. Always felt like she could have done better than settle for Felix.
Ouch.
I said it. I must say, I really don't care for the den of self-delusion that he's retreated into. People are better off when they just let themselves be themselves. Between you and me, I think Felix is secretly rather miserable.
I think you're probably right.
She's a most unsavory little... She was incredibly rude about my appearance.
Which part? The giant bird arms, or...
If I were her, I'd go easy on the judgment of others. I mean, look at her. She looks like the ghost of a scarecrow. I just wish Uncle Pointer would tell her to behave herself.
Professor Pointer? Why him?
Oh, it was Uncle that called her in. She's his responsibility. Did you not know that? She'd sit in the aviary, first thing in the morning, and paint the birds. Sometimes she'd ask me their names.
Freya was interested in studying bird species too?
No, just wanted to know their names. Isabelle, Clementine, Myrtle, Lysandre, Genevieve.
Got it, thanks.
For my 21st birthday, she gave me a framed painting. All the birds from a single spring, with their names written underneath. I can't begin to tell you how much I've treasured it.
Sounds like you two were close.
I feel like I always struggled to articulate my admiration for her. But she had a way of understanding unspoken things.
Mm-hmm. Tell me about your birds.
I must say the girls are awfully well behaved today. I think they know we're in the presence of company.
They belong to you? Why do you keep them in a cage?
They need a special diet, particular treatment. I let them out to fly occasionally, of course. But they're all one of a kind. I couldn't let anything happen to them.
Do they have names?
Of course. Let me introduce you to Tabitha, Tamara, and Tatiana.
I've already forgotten all three of those names.
Which one is which?
Oh, that's simple. Tatiana is the oldest, Tabitha is the most patient, and Tamara has the best sense of rhythm.
Glad we cleared that up.
What about the one on your head?
On my head? He's just my hat.
What?
Doesn't have a name. Who would name their hat?
What?
Oh, there used to be all kinds of birds here at Tangle Tower. The most fascinating breeds, all totally unique.
Used to be? There are birds all over the place.
Most of them are rather ordinary, I'm afraid.
What happened to the non-ordinary
Quite the hat.
ones?
That is a very good question. Ooh, delightful. More of a gemstone than a fruit, isn't it?
Inedible, too, I think.
Yes. At one point, I thought Fitz might be growing them to sell them. But honestly, I think he just likes the way they look. Not a fan of insects myself. Whose research is this?
We were hoping you might know.
No, can't say I... Rhea, perhaps. I know she was always very fond of grubby little things like this.
Noted.
Yes, it's my... my flower.
Your
You
flower.
don't like it?
I'm no good at caring for plants. I forget to water them. Birds are much easier. They're a lot more vocal when they get thirsty.
Do you at least
Oh wait, yes,
like the look of the flower?
I did find that in
The
her bedroom.
look?
The colors? The shape of it?
Between you and me, I think it's a little vulgar. It's that bird. But these must have been drawn at least a year ago. Oh, how sad. Oh, did Fitz show you that?
Not exactly.
We found it hidden under his bed.
Ah,
Fernie.
right.
Nice.
Gaudy old thing, isn't it? Flora seems very fond of it. I've never understood why. But then I could say the same thing about her husband.
Heyo.
Is that for sewing?
Maybe?
We have no idea.
Lovely. I don't know what that is.
We're gonna confront her about this paper that we found up in her room, hidden away last.
I can't decide what's worse. How she looks here, or how she looks now.
Do you know who this is? In the photo?
Oh, absolutely no idea.
God damn it! We already know who it is. Why y'all gotta be oh so obscure about it?
Looks a little simple for Poppy, doesn't it?
Obfuscate.
I thought she was a grade 12 or something.
I didn't know there were that many grades.
I'm sure they invented some new ones just for her. Haven't seen this one in a while. He lives in the music room, doesn't he?
Currently.
Ooh, a secret diary.
That's our guess, too.
Excellent. Somebody taking an interest in extinct animals.
Extinct.
Oh, yes. The book is very old. Most of the birds in it are long gone.
Well, what about this bird, though? The ink dip.
This one, well, it was thought to be extinct for a long time. Then one was found here at Tangle Tower.
So it's not extinct.
You misunderstand. It was the last one.
I gotta
The
show them
very
everything,
last.
Ophelia.
Oh.
Oh, it was the very last one.
Very nice.
You've seen these before?
Yes.
All of them. Even this one of...
Yes. Freya was very talented, even at that age.
Do you know how old this photo is?
Not sure. Must be a couple of years at least. Sometime before Fiona settled on her current style. I know a lot of people rather like this painting, but it's a little much for me. I find it overbearing. And for some reason, it makes me feel bad for Freya. I think she was more troubled than we knew. If I'm not mistaken,
You
I think
are,
the red and white
but
one
we
is
still love you,
supposed to be
Ophelia.
a bird of some kind. A bit vain to carve wooden figurines of oneself, isn't it?
Probably, yeah. I bet Ophelia probably has some wooden figurines of herself.
How terrible.
You recognize it?
That color scheme. 3 different pinks. Obscene.
Obscene. You're obscene, Sunday. 3 different shades of pink in one outfit. Obscene.
Poppy's gramophone. She's had it for a long time. As a young child, she'd call it her mama phone, on account of it belonging to her mother.
That's cute.
Oh yes, adorable.
And yet what?
Freya doesn't take very good care of her pains, does she? But then she was always rather bohemian, had her own priorities.
Clearly we all knew it.
How terrible.
You recognize it?
The color scheme. 3 different pinks. Obscene.
Nah, you're not obscene, Sunday.
I doubt Freya intended it, but the overall effect is a little unsettling, don't you think? It's Flora that's the problem. She's an inescapably haunting presence, bless her.
You're correct about that.
Hello. Who penned this juicy little number?
We don't know. It's not signed.
An anonymous letter? Classic clue. I'm sure I've read about this creature somewhere. Don't remember anything about him playing the harp, though. Goodness me. Poppy really doesn't take care of her belongings, does she?
It wasn't in Poppy's room. It was in the little pond in the garden.
Exactly! Hardly the place for it. Finally! I get to see a detective's case file.
That's a very specific thing to be excited about.
Only last week I asked that miserable Hawkshaw woman if I could see her case notes.
I'm guessing she said no.
Would have been much more polite if she had just said no. Instead, she was quite rude to me. Accused me of being, what was it? A shallow sensationalist. You know, it's probably quite impressive. To a visitor, fresh eyes and all that.
Not to you?
Try living in it for 20 years. The sheen wears off. If it wasn't for my fits, I'd have little reason to stay.
What about inheritance? You're the next oldest pointer after your uncle, aren't you?
Well, thank you very much for phrasing it like that. But no, any money left in the Pointer family will pass down directly to Poppy.
Is that fair?
I couldn't care less, to be perfectly honest.
Interesting. Well, finally, we have this.
That's rather strange now, isn't it?
We found it in your room.
Just lying around, was it?
Nope. You'd hidden it, but we found it.
We do that.
Who's the her in the message? And what's the deal with the petals?
It's really none of your business.
There's something about the report of Fitz going up Pointer Tower. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
There's something about those petals we found in Penny's room. Something suspicious.
Let's ask her about it.
Yes.
Yeah, we found this.
Oh, that's nothing.
You wrote, "Now I'll get her," on a piece of paper and hid it in your room. That's not nothing.
Actually, it's not the message I wanted to ask about. It's those red flower petals.
The petals.
They're from red roses.
They're from red roses. And there's only one place in Tangle Tower with red roses.
We need a clue. Something that shows the roses. And who they belong to.
I got you there.
It's a drawing of Fitz and Poppy in the rooftop garden. See what Fitz is holding?
I can't imagine what you're getting at. But it doesn't matter. I couldn't have taken anything from the rooftop garden. It's only accessible from Fitz's room or Poppy's room. How could I have taken something from a garden to which I have no access?
Is it really only accessible from those 2 bedrooms?
For most people, it would be. But don't forget, Penny's the resident ornithologist.
My dears, what are you accusing me of?
One of Penny's birds was used to was used to kill. No, was used to spy on Fifi and Fritz. No, Poppy and Fritz. And steal evidence from them.
One of Penny's birds was used to spy on Poppy and Fitz and steal evidence from them. We know those two have been spending time together in the rooftop garden. I'm guessing you got paranoid. Wanted to know what they were up to.
I'm just not the jealous type. I would never suspect Fitz of anything like that. Besides, Tabitha hardly ever leaves her cage. She's certainly never flown up to the rooftop garden.
We need a clue to compare with Penny's birds.
Oh, we got
Something
one.
to prove one of them has been in the rooftop garden.
The feathers.
Let's take a closer look at these.
This yellow feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird when it visited the rooftop garden.
This yellow feather was left behind by Penny's yellow bird when it visited the rooftop garden.
I can't stand it! Knowing the two of them are hidden away up there in their private little garden. I couldn't risk spying on them myself, so I asked dear Tabitha to do it for me. I knew she'd be able to bring me back some evidence.
Sorry, Penny, but are you not overreacting a little?
You don't understand. Fitz is slipping away from me. He's so quiet with me these days. But being with Poppy seems to bring him out of his shell. I don't know what he sees in her miserable little... I apologize. This really isn't your burden to bear.
Well, now that we're done with you, we got to confront Fitz about something. The himbo gardener, crypto botanist.
So, Fitz, I have a report that you were seen sneaking up Pointer Tower, holding a knife.
That's not right. I don't go into Pointer Tower. I don't own a knife. And I don't sneak. Was it Fifi who told you this?
How did you know that?
A guess. She doesn't like me very much. But yeah, she was mistaken. Maybe she wasn't wearing her eye lens thing.
What do you think, Grimoire?
But he was holding something else.
Fifi did see Fitz, but he was holding something else.
So, if it wasn't a knife, what was it?
It was the trowel, as I guessed earlier.
What about this?
Ah, that.
Is it yours?
It was a gift. It's sentimental. I have no reason to take it up Pointer Tower. I don't use it at all.
Fitz. No, not Fitz. An ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
An ornate trowel is used by Fitz to look after a potted flower in Penny's room.
That flower.
Yes.
I've never seen it before.
Oh, you gotta be shitting
We
me.
need a clue to compare to that flower.
You're not...
Something that proves its connection to Fitz.
I've been gaslight enough today, sir. The potted fruit. The soil's made by Fitz using the water from the lake around Tangle Tower. Fitz uses his unique blue soil to grow all his plants.
Let's take a closer look at these.
Matches the pot and the soil. found in Fitz's
The
greenhouse.
pot and soil in Penny's room matches the pot and soil found in Fitz's greenhouse. Let me guess. Penny's flower was originally a gift from you, Fitz. There's no way it's a coincidence.
No way what's a coincidence.
The flower. It looks exactly like Penny.
It took me a long time to breed. I wanted the colors to be exactly right.
That's some gift.
Turns out Penny isn't particularly interested in looking after plants. So I go into her room every now and again when she's not there. Water the flower, change the soil, just trying to keep it alive.
Much like your relationship. Now we have one man left to interrogate. Tell me about everyone else in the household.
Nobody could deny her talent. She was remarkable, artistically gifted, but also highly intelligent.
Those two things aren't mutually exclusive, you know.
Was she ever interested in astronomy?
I don't think she was. The fault may well lie with me for failing to inspire her. But I think she was captivated by more tangible things here on Earth. My daughter loved her. Fiona, too. That said, in the last year or so, more and more I begun to notice her by herself, wandering the gardens at the most peculiar hours. She must have explored every inch of the grounds 100 times over. Quite a restless spirit, I think. I'm surprised she chose to live at Tangle Tower as long as she did. My Poppy, my pride and joy. Exceptionally talented pianist from a young age. She... Hold on. Why is she on your list of suspects?
Because she's a suspect.
Oh, no. I can personally vouch for her innocence. She'd never... Well, the truth is, she loved Freya very dearly.
If you don't mind me asking, what happened to Poppy's mother?
Primrose? She was Flora's sister, a Remington by birth. The playing field has never really been even since she left.
Where did she go?
Away. She went away. What do you want me to say? He's the gardener.
He's a member of the family.
Yeah, but not the Pointer family.
What happened to his parents, do you know?
His father, Flint, is Felix's brother. Strange man. Don't think anybody knows what happened to him, but he certainly doesn't live here anymore.
What about his mother?
Emily? I've not met her. She never actually married into the fellow family. Her relationship with Flint was, it was short-lived. Ah, Penelope, our resident ornithologist.
Penny's your niece, is that
Okay.
right?
See you later,
At this
Sunday.
moment in time, until she marries the gardener.
She'll still be your niece.
But she'll depart from the world of the Pointers and join the Fellows. Like rats deserting a sinking ship. Ah, yes, the heiress of Tangle Tower. Goodness knows what'll happen when she takes charge. I dare say she'll confiscate my telescope and replace it with a microscope.
She doesn't seem to be the type to impress her will on others.
Still, keep an eye on her. Dangerously intelligent, that one.
You sound jealous. Wait, are you two science rivals?
Oh no, we operate on very different wavelengths. Literally. Hard to read, that one, but she seems to know what she's doing.
She's kind of mean.
You know, I simply assumed all detectives were sharp, rigorous, and thorough. Then, of course, I met you.
Wow. Rude.
He should learn to make the most of his lot in life. And he does have a lot. In life.
You're talking about money?
Among other things, but yes, he currently has agency over a small fortune. That is, if he hasn't already squandered it, or lost it.
You're
You two
very
don't get
bitter.
Oh no, we're the best of friends. A listless soul drifting through the ether.
What's wrong with her?
Not sure. She's always been troubled. Comes from a dysfunctional family. I'd say you could ask her about it, but, I think you might find that to be a bit of a dead end.
You're the only person in this family I don't like. Yes, I even like Penny with how snobby she is. Okay,
So which one is Tangle Tower?
What's that?
There are 2 towers, right? Flora's tower and your astronomy tower.
Neither? Truly, I have no idea. You'd have to ask Flora.
She named the house?
The whole thing is a result of her squabbling with her family.
With Felix, you mean? Her husband?
No, her brother and sister, and her father. The Remington family was a rather tumultuous little unit, you see. I don't think Flora has spoken with any of them in over a decade.
interesting.
Not exactly a wealth of information, is it?
It's enough.
A very old statue indeed. I'd recommend you leave it well alone. The poor fellow's in bad enough shape as it is.
Uh-huh.
Isn't the process of decay fascinating?
It's not really decaying. It's plastic.
It's becoming one with nature, all the same.
But yes, Nura, you make a good point. She doesn't have to take Fritz's last name.
Where on earth did you
Certainly.
find that?
It was in a bush outside. I think someone threw it away.
How peculiar. I find that painting to be in rather bad taste.
Oh, yeah?
The knife with real blood on it? The whole thing is rather vulgar. Here's a thought. Do you suppose the paintbrush could be the murder weapon? After
What?
all, it was found at the scene, right next to Freya's body.
I guess it's possible.
No, it's not possible at all.
Is this important?
Possibly.
Pointer property originally, purloined by the fellows. Typical. I haven't seen that tape for a long time. Who broke it?
No idea.
Ah, well, possessions are fleeting, my friends. This is supposed to be Felix, is it?
I think so.
I see he's afforded himself considerable artistic license. This looks a little rushed, even by Felix's standards.
At least he tried.
Yes, I suppose it's good for the old fellow to have a hobby. Keeps his mind from decaying, you know.
You're so rude.
Freya was well acquainted with the abstract, I'll say that much.
What does it look like to you?
To me, it's a big, red thing.
What a fascinating interpretation.
He's right, though. It is a big red thing.
It is a big red thing.
Poppy's 2 closest friends. Freya looks so innocent there. These were drawn by Freya? She must have drawn that one of Hawkshaw rather recently.
I guess.
That's a very old book, isn't it? Looks like someone could have taken better care of it.
I like the look of a well-read book. Better than one that's never been opened.
Ah, well put.
You make a good point, Ophelia. Every murder mystery needs at least one person you don't like, and hope is the murderer.
A diary can be a wonderful outlet for an outpouring of one's soul.
How do you know it's a diary?
I suppose I don't, but it does look like a diary.
Ophelia, don't gloat yourself too much. Pat yourself too much. Whatever word I'm trying to say.
Curious creature, isn't it? Some sort of amphibious bipedal fishman.
Playing a trumpet.
Playing a trumpet, yes. I've seen those earmuffs before. They're the ones Fitz always wears when he's out the front gardening.
Always wears?
Whenever I've seen him, yes. Oh, my. This is the first piece that Primrose ever learnt on the piano. Primrose, that is Poppy's mother. She passed it down to Poppy when she started teaching her how to play.
Poppy's piano teacher was her mother?
Of course. Warms my heart to know that after everything, Poppy still has it up on her wall.
Not everyone is right all the... No one, I mean to say, is right all the time. Ophelia.
What's this?
It looks like it might be a telescope. Thought you might know something about it.
Well, it certainly is a telescope. It has a part there to screw onto a tripod, you see. It's rather small, though. I'm not sure you could see many stars with it.
No, probably not.
Fitz seems rather keen to grow things like this in his greenhouse, doesn't he?
What's wrong with that?
Well, you can't eat it. Makes you wonder why he bothers at all. What a precious photograph. She hasn't changed a bit, has she?
Who?
Oh, if you don't know, perhaps I don't either.
Are you shitting me?
I think you may wish to adjust your threshold of what you consider to be a clue. What's this? Is it a clue?
We don't actually know, but Grimoire picked it up, so now he has to pretend it is.
That's how it works.
That's rather a small cage for 3 birds, isn't it? But then, aren't we all trapped in a cage? Curious little thing, isn't it? Do you know what she keeps in there?
Nothing. At the moment. It was empty when we opened it.
How bizarre.
Can't a woman keep an empty egg in her room?
What kind of flower is that?
We're not sure. I think it might be the only one of its kind.
Primrose would know. My wife was a floriculturalist. Best in the field. That's a flower joke, but she was.
Interesting.
Oh, you found a murder weapon?
Steady on. It's just a gardening trowel.
Looks like a weapon to me. Yes, very nice. Where is that bird of Flora's? It's been a while since I've seen it. Well now, that is most definitely none of my business. Quite possibly none of yours either.
Yes, Nera, this is obviously the kind of man that goes ahead and explains his own jokes. Because he thinks we're too dumb to comprehend them. But finally, tell us about the beetle.
We found some research. What's up with this golden beetle? Is this something you're studying?
I can't help you, I'm afraid. I think it must be something left behind by a previous inhabitant of Tangle Tower. I'm not the first scientist to ever walk these halls, you know.
Well, it wasn't in the halls. It was in your astronomy tower.
Yeah, you're not fooling me.
There's something about Pointer's astronomy habits. Something suspicious.
Let's ask him about it.
So, Professor, what interests you about astronomy exactly?
It's not a matter of being interested. Once you expand your mind to the wider universe, it cannot be unexpanded.
Mm-hmm. And how long have you been an astronomer?
I really don't like to give exact values unless I'm sure I can quantify them.
Convenient.
Why do you ask me these things?
I have a theory about you, Professor.
Yes.
Oh? Go on.
I think you're not actually interested in astronomy at all.
You're not really interested in astronomy at all.
What could you possibly mean by that?
I think you're interested in a slightly different field of research.
I don't have time for tiny, insignificant insects. My studies focus only on the inconceivably large and the unimaginably far away.
Right. That's why you like using your telescope so much.
Yes, naturally. My little portal into another world.
Then you made clearly a mistake by letting us look through it.
Yeah, about that.
Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene and not up at the sky.
Pointer's telescope was actually looking at the crime scene and not up at the sky.
First, you accuse me of being a lowly entomologist. Now you're accusing me of, what, spying?
Are you spying?
Why would I need to spy on Flora?
Why? Because you lost your golden beetle specimen, and it's made you paranoid. You think somebody stole it from you.
Might not have been Flora you were spying on. Might have been Freya.
It's a very precious specimen. Incredibly rare. Valuable in ways you could never understand.
Uh-huh.
Freya was always sneaking around. Both towers and in the gardens, too. She was definitely up to something.
So, this next question is important. You were looking to Flora's room around the time of the murder. Did you witness the crime, Professor?
No, I didn't. When I looked into the room, Flora was already lying on the floor.
Uh-huh.
Flora? You mean Freya?
No, Flora. She was lying by the window. I couldn't see Freya at all. It was fairly dark. The telescope isn't at a very good angle. That's why I decided to head over there myself. I needed to know what was going on.
This changes your statement, doesn't it?
No, everything I told you in my statement was true.
Apart from the reason you left your tower in the first place.
Right.
Let's go over what we know about the crime scene.
Let's go now.
Freya was definitely up to something.
Something to do with the statue in the garden, I think.
Maybe we should go back and check. And we could have missed something.
Not yet. The crime
we know a little
scene.
more about the crime scene now. So, what do you think? Was Freya stabbed by her own painting?
No, you idiot. A paint from the blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather. To resemble a bloody knife.
Blood from the paint pot was used to paint the red tip of the painted ink dip feather to resemble a bloody knife.
I think you're right. Can't decide if I'm disappointed or relieved.
I have a question. Why?
Either it's a very strange coincidence, or somebody set it up.
Somebody deliberately put blood in the paint pot and hid that feather after the crime. Why? To distract us?
Possibly.
Well, it worked.
Possibly.
Flora's the only person who could have hidden the feather, unless someone took it from her.
Let's go over what we do know. The door was locked the whole time. It stayed locked until Fitz kicked it down. Normally, it can only be opened from the inside. Pointer said he couldn't see Freya from his telescope, but he did see Flora lying by the window.
So whatever got Freya, got Flora too?
Except Flora survived. She didn't get a stab wound like Freya did.
Hold on. If there was no knife, then what did stab Freya?
It could be anything. It might not even be important.
How is it not important?
Right now, I'm less interested in the what, and more interested in the how.
The angle of Freya's wound suggests she was stabbed at a perfect right angle. That is, from directly in front of her. But she was standing right up by the canvas.
Somehow, Freya ended up lying on her back, still perfectly in line with a painting.
Maybe something went through it.
Through the painting? Wouldn't that leave a hole?
Okay, well, how about this? How do we know Freya was stabbed before she fell over? Maybe her being stabbed and her falling over are completely unrelated.
Okay, back to the garden. Oh, what's this?
This wasn't here before.
What is it?
It's a little wooden toy. Looks kind of like a crab.
There's a note stuck to the back.
What does it say? Grimoire?
This is my new friend. He likes music. Simple melodies will move his soul. Best of luck, you two. Freya.
What do you think? Is it really from her?
How can it be?
Why don't we check the handwriting with Freya's diary?
Good idea. Hold on.
Well?
It's a perfect match.
Well, it's confirmed. We have a ghost helping us.
Let's keep this to ourselves for now.
What about the little wooden toy thingy?
Maybe we can put it to some kind of use.
Unfinished business. Well, maybe it will turn out she's alive. We will see. Now, Melody. There's 3 places that could be. But first, let me look at the statue in the fountain again.
I'm still not
Should we take another look?
A bell, lips, a piano, and a bird.
Let's come back later.
I think I understand. So, bell. Next.
Eh.
Oh, wait, wrong room. Next, I want to use the gramophone.
Weird.
It's someone humming a tune.
Next would be the piano. But it can't be the cassette tape. It would have to be...
Yeah, it's mine.
Can you play the tune for us?
Can you play the tune for us?
Sure. It's literally 8 notes. I have it memorized.
And finally... the birds.
That's all 4 melodies, I think.
So, what do we do with them?
Should we go back to the gardens again?
Yes. Yes, this is neat.
Let's try this again.
You know, I think we might be able to solve this now. That's gotta be right.
Nothing. Maybe it's broken.
Wait, do you hear that?
Oh my.
Where do you think it goes?
Down.
Down we go. Oh my god, where are we? Underneath. Hello, Senna. Welcome, welcome. We are getting close to the end of this little point-and-click adventure mystery. I am doing well. We've been going since 2 o'clock my time. I'm gonna look back at her secret diary. It's back in the flesh this time. Was it me? Did I let it out? Maybe I should rip up that painting. Soul Bearer works. Impressive little thing. I have 2 now. Need 2 more. Found my way to the middle. Surprisingly simple compared to the harp. I saw them, all 5, eyes blacked out. Despite everything, I still have a promise to keep. I'll do my best. She could do with a little company.
What's in there? It's a little diagram of a beetle, with some incomprehensible notes scribbled next to it.
That's weird.
What?
It looks really normal compared to the beetles behind the glass.
9 beetles. All different, all dead.
Poor little guys.
There's a bunch of notes written all around them. It's mostly numbers. No idea what they mean.
Forensic Entomology, Volume 3.
That's an incredibly specific area of study.
What a mess.
Any idea what this is all about? Is that a periodic table?
No, but it does kind of look like one.
What are those symbols?
They're alchemic symbols. Mostly based on the planets, the sun, the moon, stuff like that.
Huh. Reminds me of the chart from the library.
The one from the chalkboard.
Yeah. This looks like it was drawn in a hurry.
Didn't we see those same symbols in the greenhouse?
Yes.
Thirsty?
Achievement unlocked. Chemistry or alchemy.
It's so dark. I can barely tell what I'm looking at.
Thirsty?
It looks like they're being boiled, but the liquid is ice cold. It looks like the liquid is ice. Hand-drawn entomology charts. A cracked glass tank with 9 little rooms. Each one has 1 or 2 insects inside. I can't tell if they're still alive.
I like that you called them rooms.
Chemistry apparatus. Chemistry apparatus. A candle, perched on a barrel.
Very medieval.
I was thinking pirates.
Medieval pirates. Bugs. Big ones.
Looks like they're made of metal.
Bugs.
Looks like they're made of metal.
This place would never pass a fire safety inspection. Is it locked?
Seems likely, doesn't it?
Looked closer.
Weird looking safe.
I'm pretty sure the latches can slide into the middle.
Diagonally slide the latches until they're in the correct position. Okay, let me pull out everything. Uh-huh, uh-huh. You don't say. Okay, so first there's this. Goes that direction. Till they're all in the correct. No, wait, until they're in the correct position. Okay. I think we're on the right track. There we go. And voila.
Nothing.
I think we're trying to make a path between the key and lock symbols on either side.
Okay, do I have things not exactly lined up then? That's the only thing I can think of. I broke the path. Oh, I see now.
I got it.
Thank you, Ophelia.
I'm impressed. Anything inside?
Yeah, more research.
A folder containing research notes and diagrams. 1. Our unique flora and fauna is the byproduct of a number of as of yet unidentified chemicals. 2. These chemicals are continually present in the warmer water, forming clouds and filling the lake. This causes a variety of mutations in plants and animals. 3. Smaller creatures such as arachnids, insects, mollusks, amphibians, and crustaceans are the most affected. However, the chemicals may travel up the food chain and cause mutations in birds and reptiles. As far as we know, mammals remain completely unaffected. The sea monster. The amphibians. Egg? Question mark?
Whose research is this?
Good question.
A glass tank? It's full of plants.
There's a layer of condensation on the inside. This is some seriously in-depth research.
That's impressive, but it's incomplete. There's a section missing.
This? No, the golden beetle.
So, this is Pointer's secret lab.
Definitely seems like he's the one using it.
I guess not a lot of people know about the secret entrance.
Right. But if Pointer's the only one who comes down here, why would he need to lock his research in a safe? Who's he hiding it from?
He's just paranoid, especially about his golden beetle.
What do you think he's trying to do exactly?
Pointer has been trying to breed the golden beetle.
Pointer has been trying to breed the golden beetle in the underground laboratory.
Why? Because it's rare?
Because it's gold?
Is that it?
I think so. I don't think he cares about entomology any more than he cares about astronomy. He just wants to get one over on Felix. If he can breed his own gold, suddenly Poppy's inheritance is looking pretty,
Infinite. Might explain why he was so worried about losing the beetle. Maybe somebody did steal it.
Might have been Freya after all. We know she was trying to get through the secret door in the garden.
She might not have known what was down here, though. Maybe she was just curious.
Curious, sure, but not naive. I reckon she knew what was going on.
I think we're still missing the bigger picture. There's no way this is all just about a beetle. We're done.
Ready to go down? Again?
Yes. Yes, and just another gold-obsessed alchemist, Ophelia. Oh, yes. Oh my god. Wait a second. Zoom out! It's almost like a giant egg. That's just
Old
coincidence.
cardboard boxes.
How exciting.
Just
Oh,
coincidence.
but there's more. They're also damp. and empty. It's an old coat rack. Looks thoroughly neglected.
2 cloaks, and a green hat draped on top for good measure.
Do these puddles worry you?
Why?
That's lake water, but it's indoors.
Ah, I see your point. This room looks like old.
It makes the rest of the house seem relatively modern. Basements don't normally have windows.
Or at the bottom of the lake. It must be.
Right, but if that's the lake bed, why does it look like that?
Like what?
White, smooth, no plants, no anything. That's not what a lake looks like.
Where are we?
Did you notice how much light this room has? For a room with 1 candle?
It's all coming through the window.
I'm pretty sure lakes are supposed to be darker at the bottom, not lighter.
Why is there a room down here anyway? And why is it so much older than the rest of Tangle Tower?
We still don't really know why people came to live here in the first place.
Maybe they just wanted to get rich, like Pointer with his beetles.
I feel like the Remingtons came here for the lake, for what was in it.
It's empty, though. More empty than a normal lake would be.
It is now, yeah. Maybe we're too late.
This room looks old, like...
It makes the rest of the house. Do these
Why?
Ah,
I see your point.
old
How
carpet
expensive.
and empty.
This room looks like...
It makes the rest of the house.
This room looks...
It makes the rest of the house.
This room looks like...
It makes the rest of the house. A single book on a little makeshift table.
This is creeping me out slightly.
Why?
I think it's a children's book.
Children's book. There's the ink dip, the amphoby, the silver snake, and the soul bearer. There is a mention of a soul bearer in Freya's diary. Soul bearer works, impressive little thing. I have 2 now, need 2 more. And this thing also looks exactly like this little illustration.
A single
This
book.
is...
Why?
I think it's a children's book.
The ink dip, an elegant bird with red and white plumage. Mystids of the Seed Sky, a children's picture book. It looks very old. The silver snake, an aquatic reptile with no eyes and a long tongue. The soul bearer, a crab with 3 differently sized claws. The amphoby, a frog-like creature walking on 2 legs.
We're too late. This photograph has been stabbed.
Why? By what?
Not sure. Some kind of metal stabbing thingy.
A sleek but sturdy metal rod. It has been stabbed into a photograph. The rod has a curved and pointed tip like an arrow or the hand of a clock. It has a small loop at the back with a short length of rope connected to it. The metal is perfectly clean and polished.
So what's the photo?
That looks like, that looks like a young Flora. And that kind of looks like the man who has a statue out front the house. It's been framed, but it's slightly damp. The photograph shows a young girl. A large man is sitting next to her. Around them are several red and white birds. A metal object was stabbed into the chest, leaving a hole near the man's chest.
Do you know who it is in the photo? This man in the photo, he reminds me of something from one of our clues.
Wait a second. Oh! I never noticed this before, Ophelia. The man on the painted model, was just assuming all this time was meant to be Felix, but it looks nothing like him at all. And it actually looks more like this man.
Felix made a little model of him for Flora?
Yeah, it makes sense when you know who he is.
Lord Remington?
Lord Remington.
Remington. That makes him Flora's father, meaning the girl in the photo is...
Yeah, it's her. See the bird, too.
I never would have guessed. Times sure do change.
I don't know. I don't think she looks so different.
What do I interact with now? Let's see. Did I miss something?
Incident?
Something
Oh,
tells me
up
it's been
here.
moved. There's a roll of paper up there.
I'll see if I can reach it.
Let me guess. Blank.
The Rooftop Garden. That name makes a little more sense in this context.
Oh, that does make a lot more sense now. The towers only came later.
Storage.
It's Freya's room.
A bedroom.
That's Fifi's room, isn't it? A bedroom.
Penny's room, I think. Study. Wait.
I know what you're thinking. And no, we never went in there.
How did we miss it?
The Grand Hall.
What's that thing in the middle?
I think it's that big glass tube. The library.
Music room. It's the aviary. That's the room we're in now. It must be. It's not labeled as anything on these plans, though.
I think it already existed when this was made.
So, the whole house is built on top of some kind of platform.
Apparently.
Huh.
That's the lake, right? I think that horizontal line might be the water level.
It used to be a lot lower down than it is now.
That's all very odd.
Misted Mansion. North side cross-section. Is it not Tangle Tower?
Tangle Tower. Before the towers?
Misted Mansion.
Is it Tangle Tower?
Very curious.
This seems pretty significant.
Yes, this murder mystery goes
Agreed.
so much deeper. A row of parchment on which the plans for a grand mansion have been drawn. A horizontal line marks where the lake was before, and a second marks where it is now. The mansion has been built on top of a large structure above the lake, supported by pillars. Freya's room is listed as storage.
The smoke and noise had passed. He woke up drunken on the floor. He knew he was now something more. He was the Ant-Man. He's the incredible Ant-Man. He shrinks to microscopic size.
Ah! Okay, my model is no longer slowed down now. Hello, Raiders! Nice to see you, Noctis. Yes, we've been going for quite some time, but we're planning to finish this game today. We are getting very close to the end of this murder mystery. They're playing Bug Fables again. Nice, nice. I hope your stream went well, Noctis. Welcome, Raiders, welcome. I am Sundered Ant. I am a variety VTuber, 3D model ant on the internet. I stream on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. And oftentimes, if I'm on a collab, I usually just advertise that person's channel instead of streaming my point of view.
Let's head back up to the Grand Hall. I want to find that last room.
We are playing Tangle Tower, and we are getting pretty close to the end.
Wow, it's dark all of a sudden.
How long were we down there?
For those who did not know, Noctis is a very nice beetle VTuber, a humanoid beetle of some trans persuasion. They're very nice from what I've seen so far, but also, why are the lights out? Oh, it's nighttime.
This must be it.
How are we supposed to get up there?
Hang on. It's pitch black, but I think there's a switch. A ladder.
Want to go up?
Yes, climb the ladder. The hidden heart of Tangle Tower.
You know, in any normal room, this thing would be my main concern.
Uh-huh.
In here, though, it barely makes the top 3. Who are all the people in this photo?
Not sure, but it looks like someone didn't like them very much. Their eyes have all been crossed out.
Oh. A photograph in a sturdy wooden frame. Its dusty and looks several years old. A brass plaque at the base of the frame reads, "The Ambassadors of Misted Mansion." The photo shows 2 women and 3 men wearing a variety of different styles of clothing. All 5 people have had their faces crudely covered with black ink.
That photo is important. I'm sure of it.
Some kind of fish and a bird skull, I guess?
That's a bird skull. We're talking about a 15-foot bird here.
Well, how about we stop talking about it? Is that a crab?
It's got a translucent exoskeleton. You can actually see its insides.
Also, crabs normally have 2 claws, right? Not 3? You sure we should be touching it?
Oh, definitely.
Grimoire, don't you think it looks familiar?
Limbs of the creature can be rotated.
Perfect.
Do a little dance.
Hooks. Big hooks.
Centipede? Millipede? How many legs has it got?
Too many. Those aren't bird cages.
Some of them are disconcertingly large.
At least they're all empty.
You sure that's a good thing? It's a wooden pinboard hung up on one of the chains.
Looks like there's a couple of things missing from it.
Images of something. A large central sheet of paper has been pinned to it. 4 lines have been drawn from a gap in the center. A smaller sheet underneath features a drawing resembling the silhouette of a cloaked figure.
A wooden stool. Crumpled up.
Is there anything written on any of it?
Not really. It's mostly black. Crumpled up.
Is there
Not
anything?
really. It's
Nice chair. Maybe it's just heat from the incinerator.
Maybe. You know, in any normal room. In here, though? Dragon?
Snake?
Worm?
That's the one. Nice,
Yes,
maybe.
Maybe.
An axe and some kind of hunting rifle mounted on the wall.
Honestly, doesn't look like they've been moved in a few years.
I'm more worried about the third one.
The third one?
The one that isn't there.
What is that?
An axe and some kind of hunting rifle. I'm more
Honestly.
worried the one that isn't there.
A pick or something? An anchor?
Coffee table, half-empty wine bottle. I'm gonna say...
Someone complacent enough to leave their notebook lying around.
Well, maybe a crossbow. Several pates been ripped out, but a few remain. Fifth ambassador located. Finally, can't say I harbored any optimism, but still somehow disappointed. No better than the rest of them. Took my misted friend into the music room for my experiments, and it works, perhaps too well. The laboratory was another disappointment. All that effort for what? He's even more short-sighted than I could have guessed. Went to the bottom. Nice view. It's been mostly cleaned out, but I have what I need. She got in. She was careful. Nothing was moved. But I know. It's time.
An incinerator built into the wall. It's still pretty hot.
Is there anything left inside?
It's mostly ashes, but yeah, there's something.
Not much more than a pile of dust and ash. Among the ashes are several black buttons. Red-colored scraps of fabric are still visible.
Someone's been using this room. I don't get it. This room is in the original building plans for the mansion, but nowadays it's some big secret?
It's not a secret to everybody. At least one other person still knows about this room.
The way the notebook was left out on the table makes me think it's someone who has the room all to themselves.
Whoever it was, they left more than just the notebook. There's a whole design project on this pinboard. Feels like someone put quite a bit of effort into it.
It's a shame there are things missing from it. Now I'm betting it'd make more sense if we could see it all together.
That might not be impossible, you know.
Freya's drawings. Ha. This? Or this? No.
That doesn't seem
We
right.
need something that could attach to the pinboard.
This?
That's not right. Something that's been taped at the top.
Something that's been taped at the top.
That's not right. Something that's been taped at the top.
Tangle Tower?
That's not right. Something that's been taped at the top.
No. This? What the fuck is it?
The painting from Freya's room and those sketches. Did Freya design Detective Hawkshaw's clothes? What kind of sense does that make?
I don't think that's why Freya made that painting, but it may have been why somebody took a photo of it to use as reference. And as for those sketches of Hawkshaw, I don't think Freya actually drew them. It was somebody else. Someone with less of a talent for art.
Doesn't exactly narrow it down. Should we go ask Detective Hawkshaw about all this?
I'm not sure. I still don't know what's really going on.
Another photograph.
Their faces are all crossed out with some kind of black ink.
That's weird.
Oh, you think so?
No, I mean, something I just realized. Sally, did we meet any of these people here at
No,
Tangle
we
Tower?
have not.
Well, the woman on the left looks a little like Poppy, but her style is way different. And at first I thought the guy on the top right was Felix, but now that I look at it, I don't think it is him.
And what's in here?
What's this?
Something somebody didn't want us to find.
Aha! It was a crossbow! And what's this? Uh-huh. A place.
What is it?
Was someone trying to hide it? From us?
I don't know, but it looks incomplete to me. I want to know what happened to the rest of it. Where are the other parts?
We found them already.
We found them already.
Here, it's the real thingy. Ah. Hawkmore's small lens. Goes on the crossbow. And the metal rod we found in the basement.
What do you make of it?
Not sure. Let's keep an open mind.
You don't think the crossbow is the murder weapon?
Oh no, the crossbow is definitely the murder weapon. But that doesn't mean you've solved the mystery.
Me Mister, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well.
Time to solve this.
Is it really though? I guess it is.
All right, break out the notebook. Time to put it all together.
Let's start with this. It's an arrow for the crossbow, and it
But
matches
why?
Freya's wound. It's the murder weapon. I'm sure of it.
Despite the fact it doesn't have any blood on it, and it wasn't found anywhere near the crime scene.
Mm-hmm. It was cleaned, then it was hidden. I don't think anybody expected us to get down to that room at the bottom of the lake.
Okay, so Freya was shot by a crossbow. Where was it fired from?
It was fired from above.
It was fired from above Freya.
Above, huh?
Yeah, our diagram doesn't show everything. Let's add in the rest of the crime scene.
The attic.
Perfect hiding place. We even found a part of the murder weapon up there. The reel was used to pull the arrow back up through the crack in the floorboards.
Explains why we never found a weapon at the crime scene, I guess.
The murderer must have dropped the reel in the attic. I'm guessing they were in a hurry to escape.
Wait. The arrow was fired through the crack in the floorboards?
Yeah, it's directly above where Freya was found lying on her back.
Nope. Doesn't add up. It would have missed her if she was still standing up by the painting.
Ah, right.
Unless...
Freya was already lying on her back.
Freya was already lying on her back before the arrow was fired.
I think so too.
She'd fallen unconscious.
She'd fallen unconscious.
Something in the room caused Freya to fall unconscious.
Okay, now I'm a bit stumped. The gramophone?
The gramophone.
Right.
But the gramophone by itself can't do that.
There was something in the gramophone?
There was something in the gramophone.
Mm-hmm. Something small.
The golden beetle?
Pointer's research says it can emit an incredibly loud hiss when it feels threatened. Poppy and Fitz both said they heard a loud noise around the time of the murder. Neither of them had any idea what it was.
This seems a little far-fetched. Is it really loud enough to knock someone out?
No, I don't think so, not by itself. But don't forget, it was being amplified by the shape of the gramophone. I don't think we're purely talking about volume either. It might just be a particular type of frequency.
This is getting kinda scientific. Since when do you know anything about the effects of weaponized audio frequency?
I don't, but I think someone else does. Do you remember that statue we found in the music room? The horn it's playing. It's a pretty similar shape to the one on the gramophone. That broken glass isn't there on accident. This is someone's science experiment.
Thinking about it, Pointer said he saw Flora was knocked out too. I guess they were both in range of the noise, although Pointer might have been lying.
Personally, I think he was telling the truth about that. It's pretty clear a powerful frequency did pass through Flora's tower. Caused quite a bit of damage too.
Yes, that's why they're both cracked.
Those cracks didn't appear out of nowhere. Freya's paints, the pink cassette tape, and the gramophone itself, they all sustained similar damage while they were in that room.
That's some seriously powerful vibration. Enough to crack metal. Enough to knock someone out all the way across a room.
Yeah, that's the one thing I don't get. If the frequency was so powerful and had such a big range, how did the murderer pull it off? Wouldn't they have been in range too? Think about it. They can't.
They
have been
had
much
the
further away from the
mufflers,
gramophone
ear
than Flora
mufflers.
was.
They protected themselves.
How?
These are some pretty heavy-duty earmuffs. I think they'd be enough to block out the sound.
Right. Let's go over everything from the start. 1. Freya is painting Flora's portrait. They're listening to music on the gramophone.
2. The murderer is hiding in the attic, wearing earmuffs.
3. The golden beetle starts to emit its hissing noise.
Hold on. How did it know?
The beetle?
Yeah. What triggered it at that particular moment? Pointer's research said it makes the noise when it feels threatened.
Not sure. Maybe something in the music?
Maybe.
4. Freya and Flora are both knocked unconscious by the vibrations. Freya lands on her back. She drops the brush and palette by her side.
5. The murderer fires the crossbow directly downwards.
6. The arrow is pulled back up on the reel.
7. The murderer leaves the attic, presumably.
8. The door is kicked down. Fitz and Poppy enter the room.
That's it. There's something bothering me.
What?
I just want to check something. Let's go back to the crime scene.
Alright. We'll tiptoe up there while everyone's asleep.
The answer is in the painting. I'm sure of it.
Freya was unable to finish blah blah blah. Freya added the blood to the painting herself. Her red paint was swapped out with blood. Flora is now holding a knife. She's holding a red and white ink dip bird feather.
Freya, did you leave us a clue?
Poppy says that Freya would mix all the colors she would need before starting her painting.
Freya, did you leave us a clue?
Okay, and the plant.
The plant. It's in the book.
What?
Look.
Oh. Fifi says the book belongs to Flora, who hasn't been in the library for a long time. Penny says the book is outdated, as this bird has been extinct for a number of years.
So what's bothering you?
Something that's not here. The thing we didn't find. We know she was holding it during the painting.
Flora's ink dip feather?
It was here. In this room. Where'd it go?
We found it somewhere else.
Somewhere else.
We found it in the incinerator.
We were a little too late to save it.
So it was stolen from the crime scene. And ended up in the incinerator down in the study.
Someone wanted to destroy it, I guess.
But how? How was it stolen from up here in Flora's tower?
Presumably, Flora dropped it when she fell unconscious.
Yeah, and then what? The murderer couldn't have stolen it if they were up in the attic.
So the question is, how could they steal something from a room they weren't able to access? The final clue about the crime scene. Freya left it for us right here.
It's in the painting.
It's in the unfinished painting. It's not quite a photo, but still, it's an image of the crime scene recorded just before the murder. If only she'd finished it. Then I could be totally sure.
It's true she never finished it, but she did intend to finish it.
Meaning?
We know more about the painting than what Freya actually got down on the canvas. Freya prepared all the colors she was going to need before she started painting.
The yellow paint, thank you, Nura, was going to be used to paint this sketch of something sitting in the window.
The yellow paint was going to be used to paint this sketch of something sitting in the window.
Something in the window. Oh.
The birds? Huh?
There she is, our little thief.
How long has it been there? Did it hear the whole conversation?
She did. But she's a very good listener. Well now, I think this has quite served its purpose, don't you?
Huh?
Hey, why did you...
It's Penelope, if you don't mind. But before we begin, isn't there a certain formality demanding our attention?
No, I can't look at the people.
Lovely. Now, tell me, what was it that drove you this far? I'm ever so curious.
Okay, I was being distracted. Can someone tell me what, she just asked? Okay, thank you, chat. I just need to know the truth.
I just need to know the truth.
Is that right? Interesting.
Why did you do it, Penny? What did Freya do to you?
Absolutely nothing.
So, what? You just hated her indiscriminately?
Freya Fellow was an inspiration to us all. She was possessed of a great energy. The volition to create something from nothing. The willpower to walk beyond her boundaries. She was truly free. Everything I couldn't be.
You know what? I just realized I actually have no idea who Penelope Pointer really is.
Weird, isn't it? Considering we've met her, what is it, 3 times now?
Exactly. How do we know this one isn't a disguise too?
You think you've already hollowed us out, don't you? Only a few short hours at Tangle Tower, and you feel like you've got everyone sussed. Unearthed every single one of our secrets. Nothing but bullet points for your notebook. Go on, indulge me. What does it say in your notes about Penelope Pointer?
What does it say in my notes?
She's a mystery.
I suppose I can't argue with that, can I?
Penny, we only know what you choose to tell us, so why not help us out?
Very well. Penelope Pointer is actually not very important at all. She pales in comparison to those who came before her and to those that came after. Living at Tangle Tower, it is very difficult to attain the levels of self-realization you probably take for granted.
You sure this is a Tangle Tower thing and not a you thing?
Perhaps you didn't notice. Not one of them is happy. Not one.
Oh, I did notice that.
So why stay? Why not just leave?
I thought she did leave. Penny, you said you traveled, didn't you?
I did. Many times I've walked away. It did not help me. You saw the family tree hanging in the grand hall, did you not?
Yeah, it lists a bunch of people who don't live here anymore.
A bunch of people who don't live here anymore. I couldn't have put it better myself. My mother, for one. My father, too. The other two Remingtons. Poppy's mother, Primrose. And her brother, Richard.
And Fitz's father.
That's 5. 5 people that might have lived here, but don't.
And that was the first question I wanted answered.
You wanted to know where they'd all gone?
More than that, I wanted to know if I belonged with them. I have no place here. Not among the Fellows, the Remingtons, or the Pointers. But I felt there must be a reason why everyone else left. Some common purpose they all shared. Perhaps it could be my purpose, too.
So, what did you actually do about it?
Nothing I could do, at first. Nobody would tell me anything. The more questions I asked, the fewer answers I got. Then, I found it. I was 19. Same age Freya is now.
Found what?
The study.
The study. The one hidden in the middle of the house. It's right next to a bedroom.
I'd hear voices at night. Deep ones. And the strangest thing, the wall behind my bed would get incredibly hot. For hours on end. The paint would peel. Wallpaper wouldn't stay up. I thought I was cursed. I thought it was something trying to break through. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I found my way in the same way you did. Once you know it's there, it's simple.
So, you got into the study and found the incinerator. That must have been a relief, right?
It was still warm when I found it. Then, I looked inside. Let's see how thorough you've been. Tell me, do you know what a misted is?
Misted?
Sir, yeah.
Mistids? Sure, yeah.
You're more observant than I thought.
Sorry, what are we talking about?
It's a collective term, from before my time. Birds, insects, amphibians, anything living off the lake water. The mutation can take several generations, or it can happen overnight.
Wait, mistids, like cryptids, like Bigfoot or whatever.
A little egregious, isn't it? I suspect that was an intentional parallel. The main difference being mistids are perfectly real. They're just kept secret. Or at least, that was the original plan. As it happened, some got out. Quite a few got out.
How do you know all this?
When I entered the study at 19, I found a single object that rather changed my life. Something which answered my questions while at once creating all new ones.
The group photo.
The 5 missing family members standing together as a single unit, calling themselves the ambassadors of Misted Mansion.
Excuse me for a second. I need to turn this light on.
So, the house was renamed from Misted Mansion to Tangle Tower?
And rightly so. The age of Misted Mansion is long past. When I looked inside the incinerator on my first visit to the study, I found nothing but ash. The afterimage of a bygone era denied to me in its entirety. The study, the room at the bottom of the lake itself, all empty shells. I felt my only hope lay with the ambassadors. If I could find them, maybe they'd share the family history that Flora and the others were trying so hard to forget.
How did you track them down?
It was tough. They'd taken almost everything. Books, maps, charts, the creatures themselves, all lost, taken away or destroyed. But I got lucky. I got a lead. I found one, and he led me to the rest.
And what happened? Why'd you paint out all their faces?
They didn't help you either, did they?
19-year-old me had imagined they'd all left with a mission, a unified purpose, but they hadn't. They were, in fact, every bit as fractured as the people that still live here. Most of them had left tracking escaped mystics. Some claimed to be researchers, others little more than hunters. All 5, completely useless to me.
Even your own parents?
Eventually, I returned to Tangle Tower. I had nowhere else to go. I considered giving up. But instead, I made a decision. There was only one person at Tangle Tower still of interest to me. My dear Uncle Pointer had suddenly made a show of taking up astronomy. A fairly superficial charade. I don't think many people were fooled by it. But I knew it wasn't just a falsehood. It was a mask. Pointer had found something from the era of Misted Mansion.
So where did he get the beetle?
I cannot be sure, but I theorized that he received it in the post.
In the post? From who?
Who can say? Someone outside Tangle Tower. But the thought that he would be in contact with such a person, all that time, I decided to take what was owed to me.
So you stole it.
Stealing the beetle turned out to be only the first step. Upon realizing it was gone, Pointer made little effort to disguise his frustration. I asked what was bothering him. He foresaw no risk in sharing a little of the truth with his niece. He told me he'd lost a rare treasure, something he'd been keeping safe. I suggested, innocently, that perhaps it was not lost. Perhaps it had been stolen. He was very ready to believe he'd been the victim of theft. When I offered to call in a private detective, he jumped on the idea. She arrived the next day. Hawkshaw prides herself on her punctuality, as you know.
Why, though? Why go through all that? The name, the costume, and everything?
It's somewhat sad to admit, but I had little use left for Penny Pointer as she was. Hawkshaw afforded me new advantages, opportunities.
But didn't you have to pretend to be working for Professor Pointer?
Well, that was one of the advantages. Pointer was in such a desperate state, he was finally willing to share some of his secrets. On the second day, Hawkshaw explained she needed to be able to search the secret laboratory. Pointer gave in and gave me the code for the harp statue. Reluctantly, but still.
So, you stole Pointer's research?
I would have done, if I'd found anything worth stealing. But he had made remarkably little progress, barely scratching the surface of the beetle's true mystery.
Sorry for the interruption again. That should be the last interruption we have for the evening. I am very interested to hear how this all finishes up.
Which is?
She carries an exoskeleton approximately 90% identical to gold. But it's not the 90% I'm interested in. Did you ever question what exactly makes the water here so unique? Before Misted Mansion was built over the lake, before the lake was even a lake, Lord Remington and his wife built a small structure here, a research station, supposedly. Fast forward 2 or 3 generations, and as you saw for yourself, it's been mostly cleared out.
The ambassadors took everything when they left.
And everything they didn't take was burned in the incinerator. However, possessing additional insight, I found something the others had missed. It's not much, but I have what I need.
So, why isn't this the end of the story? Why did you stay? Why did you kill Freya?
The will of Freya Fellow.
Simply put, Freya was too good for me. It's my fault. I pushed her over the edge, unknowingly, but still, I take the blame.
What are you talking about?
Did you know I based the design for Hawkshaw on something Freya painted?
Ah.
That's right. I had assumed it was purely abstract. I just thought it had a good energy. I later discovered it was a figure of some kind, something from Freya's recurring nightmare. For all her vitality, I think Freya was probably the most troubled of all of us. She was desperate to leave Tangle Tower, but she couldn't just walk away. For quite some time, she'd been trying to break into Pointer's laboratory. Freya and her friends were halfway through deciphering those symbols on the harp statue, I believe.
Why did she care about getting into Pointer's lab?
That's exactly what I wondered. At first, I thought perhaps she just wanted to free the beetles. She has a fondness for them. What Pointer was doing upset her significantly.
Hello, Selphis. Nice to meet you. No, not nice to meet you. Nice to see you. It's been a very long stream, but we're close to finishing this game. This little point-and-click murder mystery.
But in fact, I think it was something else. I think she wanted to free Fiona. The real reason Freya was unable to leave Tangle Tower is that she could not get Fiona to agree to come with her. We're now firmly in the realm of speculation, but I think Freya felt that exposing the darker secrets of Tangle Tower, not just to the rest of the family, but to the world, would compromise all 3 families, and perhaps, somehow, free Fiona from the shackles of her inheritance. That was her plan anyway, but something happened before Freya could find her way into Pointer's laboratory.
She found her way into your study, found your notes, found that photograph. I'm willing to bet she put it all together quicker than we did.
So she worked out what had happened to the 5 ambassadors. Specifically, what you'd done to them when they refused to help you.
Freya had made a promise to paint Flora as a birthday gift, a parting gift no less. She'd be in a locked room, several hours away from her friends. It was my best chance.
But why hide in the attic? And why bother with the beetle at all?
The beetle in the gramophone wasn't for Freya. It was for Flora. She didn't deserve to be involved. She suffered enough. I couldn't get Flora out of the room, but if she could be unconscious, then she wouldn't have to witness anything.
Why the knife? The illusion of the painted knife with the blood.
That was for Fiona. And Poppy too, I suppose. Gave them something to focus on.
You mean it distracted them while you made your escape?
It helped them cope. The very idea of something abstract, something supernatural. I believe it made things marginally less painful for them, initially. Worked on you, too.
So why are you still here? Why not take your first chance and leave?
Well, I've been waiting for an opportunity to get my beetle back. I'd really rather not leave without it.
Wait, it's still here?
It's still inside the gramophone.
What's going on?
Poppy, they are both awake.
I can see.
You two all right?
My head hurts. What happened to us?
You were both unconscious. 14 minutes by my count.
Really?
You're both fine. No injuries.
Was it the beetle? In the gramophone? I heard it through the ceiling in my room.
The exact same sound we heard before the murder.
I guess it must have been.
So how did we get down here? What happened to Penny?
Fit saved both of you, obviously.
When I reached Flora's tower, you were both unconscious, and Penny was crouched down beside you. She had her crossbow on her, but who knows? She may have just been checking you were both asleep.
Did you know that she was the murderer?
Poppy and Fifi suspected her. Apparently, they were pretty close to solving it themselves.
Fitz did not want to believe us, because he liked Penny. A lot.
But what happened? Fitz, what did she do when she saw you?
She jumped out the window.
What? Did she survive?
She did.
I heard something land in the garden outside my room, but by the time I got out there to check, she was already gone.
Hang on. Poppy, why do you have Penny's hat bird?
She left him behind. I found him sitting on the floor in the aviary, all by himself. Poor little thing. The mean lady didn't care about you at all, did she? No, she didn't.
I apologize. Poppy seems to be under the illusion that the bird can understand human language.
So, Penny got away.
I'm afraid she did.
We had suspected she might try to escape. I was stationed here by the lake's edge. I proved to be an ineffective guard. She took the boat.
Did she take the beetle with her?
Nope.
How do you know?
Because it's right here.
It was still in the gramophone. I guess I scared her off before she had a chance to take it.
Poppy, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to give it back to your father?
No, I'm not. It doesn't belong to anyone. So, I'm going to put it on the ground and never bother it again. I think that's what she would have wanted.
Wow. Well. To answer your question from earlier, Ophelia, no, I have not eaten yet, but I was eating during this long cutscene. But yes, for those who were not here earlier, you should definitely go pick up this game yourself or go watch the VOD. Oh wow, there's different translations of this. Oh wait, reviewers? Who puts reviewers in their credits? No, I was eating. Co-funded by the European Union, Creative Europe Media. Ooh, art gallery? Oh. Got a little ones for everyone. Let me see Fifi. Oh, I do not know how I feel about some of those early eye concepts. Oh. Ooh, I love... Usually, these art galleries only, like, have one piece of concept art, but there's, like, 4 for each character. I like that. Or 5 in some cases. The brushy art style of Tangle Tower made it tricky for this portrait to feel like it had been actually painted by someone. With that in mind, I decided to create the first concept art of this portrait with real paints, as I felt it would feel more natural and loose than my normal digital painting methods. Oh, it has like little artist notes about every little thing. Very nice, very nice. I'll have to go over that sometime by myself. But yes, I, overall, very much enjoyed my time with Tangle Tower. And I'm very glad that some of you have stuck around through the whole thing. Or as long as you were here for it. See, Detective Hawksaw, very angular. She is a perfectionist, so her design is all sharp angles and clean lines. She never wastes any energy, even keeping her arms hidden under her cloak unless she needs them. Wait, who's this? Oh. That's like an early design for Freya. Our himbo. Oh my god, that early concept art for Fitz. Yes, I much prefer our big himbo man. Yes, Fifi was great. Oh my god, Professor Pointer here. His hair is designed to resemble a book, a roof, and a bad wig all at the same time. All makes sense. And what's the deal with her arms? Giant bird gloves accentuate any gestures he chooses to make with her arms, giving her an inescapably melodramatic and hammy energy. Mm-hmm. Her weird wing arm sleeve things were a challenge to move convincingly, but we think it was worth it. Yes! That was supposed to be hair on Pointer's head, Ophelia. All this time, that was not a hat. Or, it says hair in quotation marks. I think that might actually be a wig. You know, like they say, a bad comb over. That thing on his head. Hair, a book, or a birdhouse roof? It's a mystery. I'm gonna say it's a wig. But anyways, I want to say a big shout out and thanks to Neuroshiny for gifting me this game. They will be having a birthday stream tomorrow. And I will definitely be there to support them. And on Friday, the next thing I have going for the week, I might be on Nora's channel playing Shadowrun if our other members of the game are feeling well enough from their respective illnesses. But yes, we've been going for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've been going for 6 hours. Almost 7. Let's find someone to raid. And get onto the just chatting screen. There's lots. I got raided by 2 separate people today. Maybe, wait, was it 3 people? How many people raided me today? Noctis and Jet Tentaco raided me. Yeah, I think just 2 people. But it was very much worth it to play this all in one sitting. So again, thank you, Ophelia and Nura, for sticking around for the whole thing. I see our friend Ministry is streaming Mech Warrior, but also Bruce is streaming Dead Space, and I've never gotten to raid Bruce before. Let me try and load up Minnie's stream here real quick and see who they're streaming with. I think it's just Sorry. Oh, they're streaming with Versailles as well. Well, chat, what would you prefer? Would you prefer we go raid into Dead Space or Mech Warrior 5? Da, 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 da. Da, da. Da, 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 da. Ministry, our good friend of the channel, Ministry of Anyone I Control, is streaming Mech Warrior 5 with other friends of the channel, Sorry MP and Versailles. While Bruce is just someone I've never raided before, because we're not streaming near close times. Da, da, da. I'm conflicted. Ophelia, are you there? Can you give me your opinion, please? Okay, I think Ophelia is probably dead. Okay, we'll raid Minnie. I don't rather much enjoy watching Mech Warrior 5. Oh, I do when Nura's playing it, but that's a different situation. Okay, slash raid Ministry. Just because Sorry and Versailles are there as well. So again, thank you, you 9 viewers, for all being here. It means a lot to me, and I'll see you in the coming days. Bye-bye for now.